of Today Show host Savannah Guthrie. Look at these photos. It appears that the masked suspect who was caught on Nancy Guthrie's front door camera went to her home before the night that she disappeared.
What it do, guys? It's your boy, YouTube Juice. I had to plug back in. It's been 2 days, man. We got a lot of speculations. We got a lot to catch up on. Sorry I missed y'all the last 2 days. There's so much to talk about and a whole lot of nothing that's really happening. Actually, like, happening. But there is things happening. But with the Nancy Guthrie thing going on, we're still pretty much where we've been since the beginning of time. Since this all started, we're where we're at. A lot of speculation on this video today as far as this picture and the video. So we're going to dive in and start it off and talk about that. Everything's been everywhere. So it's going to seem like we're everywhere. We're going to be everywhere just like everything else has been everywhere. So I want to dive into this video first. Let's talk about it. News Nation put this out, and it looks like we were misinformed. I'm going to let y'all know right now. We're keeping it 100% tonight. 100%. Take it personal. I don't care. You know, I'm hearing a lot of stuff I don't like to hear. I like, especially me going on people's lives and hearing some of the things that they have to say. It's crazy, bro. It's crazy. Be careful who you listen to. Be careful where you get your information. Get your facts here, because we ain't lying about nothing over here. And for whatever else anybody else got going on, we really don't care. Straight up. But we keeping it real tonight. Let's play this video.
These two photos of the suspect were taken on 2 different nights. That is according to sources who spoke with News Nation. You can see in the photo on the left, he's not wearing that backpack or the gun holster that he has in the front on the photo on the right. Let's go right now to News Nation's Brian Enton live for us in Tucson. Brian, how did they get this second photo? Was this from the same Google search of the software from that front doorbell Nest camera?
So if y'all don't know, Brian Enton, I'm sure a lot of us are aware of him by now. He was the one who discovered the blood on the front steps. Well-known journalist from what I've heard. This is the first time I've ever discovered Brian. But he's been pretty active and involved in this. So, you know, I definitely give credit to this guy for sure, as well as Mr. Boots on the Ground, JLR.
It appears to be from the same camera, Elizabeth, and this is something that has perplexed us for a while because the photos look different. Why was the suspect wearing the backpack? That was the first thing I noticed. Why was the suspect wearing the backpack in one photo, which you see there on the right, and not wearing the backpack in the photo on the left? And now we do have sources confirming to us the reason is because the photos were taken on different days. We know one of the photos is from the day that Nancy Guthrie was kidnapped, early morning hours of February 1st. When that other photo was taken, we do not know the day, but we know that it was not at the same time that the other photo was taken when Nancy was kidnapped.
So I'm hearing some people saying that this is changing things due to the fact that the guy was there. Apparently they're either coming to realization or they're getting their sources from somewhere, which I think that, like I said, that's why I said we've been misinformed, because News Nation put this out. All of a sudden they got information from that they don't even know. They can't even tell us where they got this information from. They're just making an assumption based on this picture. Basically, I believe that they questioned the sheriff whether or not this was 2 separate days. And because he didn't say yes or no, they assumed that this guy was there. They assumed that he was saying yes, that this was 2 different videos, okay? Or 2 different days, excuse me. But what does this change at the end of the day? What is this changing? I'm hearing a lot of people saying that changes things, but what does this change? And then I'm hearing other people saying, oh, well, it just because the fact that it's a burglary. This is what I'm hearing people say. They're saying that not because of the fact that it's a burglary. Let me go back. I'm getting ahead of myself here. People are saying that this isn't a burglary due to the fact that he visited the home before the actual day he took Nancy out of her home. Guys, let me make one thing clear here, just so y'all don't know. Let me enlighten y'all. Just because someone visits a home to peep the scene, to peep the place out before they go in and either rob the place or kidnap somebody, because both happen. Both things happen the same way. Whether or not you're going to rob a place, whether or not you're going in there to kidnap someone, you're going to scope it out. Whether it's the day before or the day of that you're going to do it. So it does not change the fact whether or not it's a burglary or a kidnapping. That doesn't change the fact. I don't understand why people are saying that it's not a burglary, it's targeted, just based off the only fact that he visited a day or two before he actually took Nancy. I'm tired of hearing that. I'm from the hood. Okay? I know many people, including myself, that have scoped the spot before robbing the place. You know what I'm saying? You're going to go and scope out a place to make sure everything's good so you could be in and out as quick as possible. So I don't know what this is supposed to change. I don't know how this is supposed to help us. We're still not anywhere further than where we're at today, where we were at the first day that this took place. This is actually all we have the last time I checked. There's some interesting things that Nancy Grace points out in the pocket on this guy, and we'll get there, but we're not there yet. But again, I don't see what that changes. Even if he was there a day before, what does that change? How is that going to help us find our guy? Speaking of our guy, I think I know who that guy is, or I have my assumption on who that guy is. Because there's some pretty interesting things that we're about to point out tonight. And I feel like everyone was on the same page for a moment, and then it's like nothing happens, or a little bit of something happens tomorrow that leads us nowhere, and everyone overlooks what has occurred through moments in time of this investigation that's went on. Another thing I keep hearing people say is they keep referring to the Nancy Guthrie thing as a case. I just want to make one thing clear. This is not a case until we have a suspect. It's not. Until we have a suspect, this is not a case. We won't be in a courtroom with anyone until this guy is tracked down. Just to kind of catch up, yesterday there was it was a previous day, which would indicate that the suspect a construction site set up in front of Nancy's home, and they made it a one-way. I thought that was a good idea to help the traffic flow through a little bit easier, because some people, due to the media being on a very small road, it is very hard for two cars to travel on one side of a very small road going both directions. So I thought that was a pretty good idea. But not too much has happened. Sunday was a really big search day. Well, it was supposed to be. It didn't seem like there was much leadership involved in that search, I'm going to be honest. It would have been nice to see Nanos out there helping the community search for Nancy Grace. I get it. He probably has a busy life, but it definitely would have been nice to have some type of leadership out there in the moment. But there's just been a lot of frustrating things people have been saying that have just been kind of getting under my skin, because it really doesn't make any sense. There's a lot of things that are happening in this investigation that aren't making any sense at all. Of course. It's an investigation. A lot of things there's a lot of things that we're not supposed to know. That's how it's supposed to go. I was trying to find... that's what I was going to mention. So the other day we had a mixed, we had forensic finalists that were struggling to isolate mixed DNA samples found at Nancy Guthrie's home, a process that could take months or even a year or years, which to me is insane, because I feel like if it's not that many DNAs, they're making it seem like it's an extraordinary amount of DNAs. But if it's only 2, 3, I think that should make it a little bit more easier to narrow down those DNAs. I don't think it's that many people that have been in Nancy's home. I doubt it. So I don't see why this is going to be a long time. I'm almost for certain that night that this guy went to Nancy's home and abducted Nancy that very night, that there was more than one person. And I also feel as though this guy isn't our main guy. I think we're distracted on a gentleman that is not the main person. Although it could be just one person. And when I'm saying 2 people, I feel like this guy, you know what? I take that back. Let me rephrase that. I think this guy was the guy who went in and did everything. But I think this guy had a driver. But I don't want to get ahead of myself, because I got something I got to show y'all with Monk. And you don't want to miss it. Stick around for my small amount of viewers that I do have. But he goes by the name of Monk. And I thought he pointed something out super, super interesting. And who I'm talking about is Luke. He talks about the hand. And he actually has a small amount of footage of Luke's hand. And it's swollen. Let's just go look at it, man. Let's go look at it. Yo, Shannon, welcome, by the way. Rainbow, welcome, welcome.
Was
at let me I want to pull up this video because I thought this video was super duperly interesting. And then Nancy also has some really good things to say as well, so I did want to talk about that as well too, but we'll get there. I feel like Luke is our guy. I mean, even when you compare the pictures, I just see a lot of similarity in that mask. I don't know why, but I just feel like it's a very, very big possibility that Luke might just be our guy. The eyes look very similar. I can't really say that they're colored eyes. They don't look colored, although it is black and white. That is just way too close. Just observing this picture and looking at this picture, it is very, very close. It's very, very easy to misjudge. So just take a look at that for just a moment, and you tell me how close that is. That's close. Super close. I'm not saying that's our guy, but I think that's our guy. I think that could potentially be one of our guys. And if you look, let me get my arrow on here, man. If you look at I'm going to point it out. Let me see if I can flip my arrow around here. And if you look at where the gold tee's at, I'm going to put my arrow right there on it. Right there. If you look at that, it just looks almost identical to the guy that's going in. Even the mustache, from just the parts that I can see in the mustache, look very, very, very close. Not only that, the eyes look very close. Even the eyes are like, they're almost like the same shape. And we really can't compare whether they go down or up, because your eyes go down or up when you frown or when you lift your eyebrows. So we really can't say whether or not, you know, we can't judge them based off the way the eyes are sitting, you know, whether they're, you know, slanted down or up. I don't know. But the shape around the eyes, that's just too close to me, dude. Just that alone around, like, I don't know, man. I don't know. And people are saying they see a tattoo on the hand. So if they saw a tattoo on the hand, and this guy got a tattoo on the hand, I just think I think they got their guy, or a very good idea who their guy is, but they just can't tie him to it. That's the thing. They got to be able to tie him to it. Because there's no reason why they wouldn't have took that Range Rover that day. They got to have some type of reasonable doubt to just seize your vehicle like that. And they don't take you, but they take your vehicle. Either his story wasn't adding up, or they knew they were on to something. And they definitely had to have some type of probable cause to just up and seize his vehicle like that. Just way too many questionable things going on here, but I'm not going to overlook it, because I know they took that vehicle for a reason. And not only that, the vehicle was just purchased. I don't know if y'all noticed, but it had a white tag on the back of the vehicle. It was literally just purchased. I don't know whether or not the owner, who claims to be out in wherever he's at, has any ties to this, you know, because for all we know, he could have either flown out here, or I don't know if he can drive from wherever he's at. I don't know if he's in another country or what. I think he was in another country. I don't remember. I didn't care enough to remember, but let's play this video, man. This guy is growing very quickly on YouTube. Seems like he's attached to what he does very well and adapted to it very quick. And he's shown to be very good. So let's dive into this video.
So I guess you can't say that it's late.
This video is great. Y'all got to see this.
Denies any links to the Nancy Guthrie case. I don't think any of us were expecting, you know, oops, you got me kind of moment. So Luke Daly, that's the Range Rover guy, okay, detained by the police that night, and that vehicle of his was towed away as well. Now, there's been no word of the car being released back to him, or his name being cleared, just that he was released. So we'll get back to him as the case of Nancy Guthrie goes into its 4th week, and it's starting to get even more convoluted. Now, I also have another late breaking news, okay? Deputy Barney Fife is playing sheriff, aka Sheriff Nanos, okay? So it turns out that his misstep has caused a misstep. The Florida lab that he sent the crucial evidence to seems to be having trouble separating.
By the way, let me stop it right there just real quick here. A lot of people, there's been a lot of speculations on what Annie and Tommaso drive. A lot of people don't know what they drive. When this all rolled, I believe we saw them in a vehicle. It's on Google. I looked it up. I saw a vehicle. I'm going to say that they drive a CRV Honda. Don't quote me on it, but that was a vehicle that we saw them in when they were caught in their car. It's a CRV Honda. So we either, if we don't know exactly, we have a great idea of what they drive. Just so you know. Just so you know. I got it right there. So just in case you're wondering what Annie and Tommaso may drive, I believe it just might be a CRV Honda. By the way, somebody mentioned, because remember we were hearing that Annie didn't say anything. She didn't speak. She didn't say anything. She did. In the ransom letter that they wrote to the person, to the kidnapper, Annie did speak in that video, just to put it out there. She did have a few words.
The foreign DNA that's mixed in with Nancy's. Basically, what we can take away from this is that the other bits of evidence that they sent over that they're not telling us about, that DNA did not match anybody from CODIS, which now they need to build a genealogy tree. And in a case as time sensitive as a missing persons case, that is going to take forever. Let's hurry up and get that stuff to Quantico where it belonged in the first place. You know,
Correct.
Imagine
My
sometimes
goodness.
how far this case would have been if the FBI was called just immediately. The moment that it was clear, and it was very clear, that this was not another elderly lady having a senior moment wandering off into the night. Ashley Banfield, right, who I placed my trust in from the start, who had secret sources inside the case, on day 3 was already reporting that there was blood inside the house. And that is bold. She's reporting again that she has another source inside the case. And they recently confirmed to her that there is definitely blood inside the house and that it is in the same nature as the blood droplets that we see outside. That
I don't know if you guys remember, but I was showing an Hispanic guy on JLR stream, and he came up to JLR and he was telling him that there might have been a broken lamp in the hallway, that he did discover this online. I don't remember specifically where he said he discovered it, but he was telling this to JLR that they found a broken lamp and blood, you know, the same blood spots that were found on her front porch were also found in the home. And I believe JLR was trying to tell him that, you know, we don't know if that's true. So now a lot of people are starting to say that. It's kind of weird to me that he might know what he was talking about. And if y'all need me to, I could pull up the video. I know where to find it on JLR's Live. But he also went out, and I don't remember the guy's name. I think he went out with JLR the other night for dinner, because they went out for dinner the other night, man. Shout out to JLR, by the way, man. I went up to him the other day and just had to thank him, man. But yeah, they did go out to dinner. I can't remember his name. I don't know. I know a lot of you guys that have stopped by here have tuned in to JLR stream often. You can't not, because he's probably got the most views out of everyone when he's live about this whole Nancy Guthrie thing. So y'all would know if he went out to eat with a gentleman, Hispanic guy. I think at one point in time he told him to stop cussing because he was live. I was trying to find the photo, but I think he might have taken it down. So I can't show y'all the photo to point out the gentleman that we saw. Real quick, there was a couple women that came by. Matter of fact, we'll get to that after this.
means to me that the back door is wide open. All the cameras are smashed. You could be a kid that is just into crime stories or whatever to see that this is a crime scene. But the exorbitant ego, words of the retired detective Castigar, former colleague of the sheriff,
Andy,
an
I'm not,
ego
Andy,
that
oh my
kept
God.
him
Shannon,
from
I'm not
calling
sure.
the FBI right away. And this is the same sheriff that has been known to say in the past that he could solve a crime better than the FBI. Now, this is Patricia. She's from the Tucson area. I found her story while doing this case, and she was last seen on April 18 of 2025. Now, from the brief time that I spent with this story reading about it, her husband was the last to have got a text from her in which she said that she was going to go out and get a breather of some sort. And later they would find her car abandoned, and Patricia was just nowhere to be found.
Authorities say she was last seen on April 18th.
She did tell her husband that she needed some air, some fresh air, and left the house.
Beverly told me that's not like her.
This is my first time knowing that she just said, I need to take a ride.
On April 19th, she was reported missing.
I was paralyzed. I didn't know what to do.
The next day, her car was found at Windy Point on Mount Lemon with her purse and phone inside.
So, you I'm a local here in Tucson, Arizona, and I just wanted to let y'all know what Windy Point was, just in case you're wondering what Windy Point is. Windy Point is a place on Mount Lemmon, and it's about a little bit more than halfway up Mount Lemmon. Mount Lemmon is about 10,000 feet high, and you can drive up this mountain to the highest point. Windy Point is a very famous place on Mount Lemmon that you're able to go and hang out with your loved ones or whoever you want to hang out with and go, your friends, whatever. But it's it's the most well-known spot on Mount Lemmon that everyone goes to and stops at. Most people don't go beyond that and go all the way to the top. There's not much to see at the top. There's, a few restaurants up at the top. Other than that, you don't really get a good view of the city from the top. And if you did, you would have to walk somewhere probably that wouldn't be safe to get a good view of the city. So Windy Point is the best point of Mount Lemmon that you could get a good view of the city on Mount Lemmon.
After 6 days, PCSD called off the official search. Sheriff Nanos says there are no signs of foul play, but they're not ruling anything out. They're searching Patricia's phone and laptop for notes or clues.
If this is something where there was some self-harm on her part, that's tragic in and of itself. We've heard that there was some concerns from her in regards to not being able to find employment.
But just that week, she had plans to discuss her job search.
I was actually set to meet with her on Monday virtually.
For now, the search continues, and her loved ones are asking.
They did an interview with Sheriff Nanos in this case, in which he brought up that she's been known to have mental health issues like depression, almost as if writing it off as that. In terms of people who want to, end themselves, I don't think they'll go out of their way to hide their own bodies, to basically vanish. But I feel that him needing to say that about a missing person, it just almost takes away from the severity of it. I mean, what if she was kidnapped? If you're telling your department this and the world this in public, how hard are they going to look for this young lady? But anyways, maybe we'll get back to that case. Now, I believe we've all been guilty of trying to force a round theory into a square crime case. Okay, if you've never done that before, please cast the first stone, right? Now, I'm pretty sure I've done it myself without even knowing or not knowing that it was a square crime case. And
I'm going to tell you one thing. Something just came to mind. If Nanos was able to rule the family out as suspects, then that makes it for certainty that he knows that they really have a very great idea who the actual suspect is. Just wanted to say that.
One of the ones that I could think about is, the time that I assumed Nancy would want to be dropped off as close to her bedroom as possible. However, a lovely 72-year-old lady set me straight, but in the nicest way. Basically saying that at age 72, 2 steps, no lights, no thanks. And I'm sure she's also factoring in, having a son-in-law that is good for nothing and that will not help her all the way inside the house. So let's go ahead and talk about this Luke Daly character, okay? And you'll see why I talk about him in this way.
A 37-year-old man who we are not naming was detained.
I thought that was very interesting too, guys. I think I pointed this out last time, but remember,
in this way.
A 37-year-old
I think
man.
Brian Eaton as well as JLR. They visited the home. Several other guys from the media visited the home right after the raid. This was the house of the raid that night. Thought it was really interesting that they had a car crashed in the front. Not to say it had anything to do with the night that she was taken, or Nancy was taken out of her home, but I thought that was really interesting that this car was wrecked in front of their home. And there was really no curiosity whatsoever from the sheriff department or FBI from our knowledge whether or not when this car was crashed. You know what I'm saying? You never know what anything could lead them to, but that's besides the point.
we are not naming was detained and questioned in Nancy Guthrie's disappearance. This man is no stranger to the inside of a Pima County courtroom. He was arrested back in 2022, later convicted of drug distribution charges, and he was sentenced to 4 years on probation. He was arrested again last year in possession of fentanyl and a gun. His probation officer filed a petition to revoke his probation after his arrest, but a judge allowed him to remain on the streets and not be sent to the Pima County Jail.
See, the fact that, before he even touches up on anything, the fact that the judge, run that back. We need to hear that again. Just listen.
Filed a petition again last year in possession of fentanyl and a gun. His probation officer filed a petition to revoke his probation after his arrest, but a judge allowed him to remain on the streets and not be sent to the Pima County Jail.
So, my man had a gun charge and he had fentanyl. Whether he was selling it or using it, I'm just going to assume he was using it because that's what you say when you don't want to get a real big charge. If this guy was, let's just assume that he was on fentanyl. Just so you know, you're not in the right state of mind when you're on fentanyl. So that's a red flag right off the rip. I mean, if this man's on fentanyl, by the way, JLR gave a homeless guy or something like that $1 yesterday, and he said, "Oh, you can't get drugs for $1." Yes, you can. You can buy fentanyl for as little as $1. Just so you know, I'm in a very rough neighborhood where I live, and I'm fully aware of my surroundings and the things that go on around me. And I know the price is on fentanyl. Never used it. I never would. But you better believe I have a lot of sources around here, and I know. And if you're thinking I sell drugs, I don't sell drugs. I definitely work a job, okay? I do therapy. But I'm just saying, you can buy fentanyl for $1. It's that cheap.
There's this picture going around of this fellow here, and it appears that his name is Lucas Daly. I suppose he is also supposed to be the same Range Rover guy that was detained. Now, just a quick aside. Take into consideration our theory of the injured right hand, sprained or broken, okay? And the footage of Luke Daly being detained, seemingly flexing.
There's no way that's not our guy. The same hand at the door. When we watched that surveillance video, and a lot of people were pointing out the fact that the hand was swollen. Maybe they were saying that because they saw this video and they wanted to match it up. You know, they just wanted, for whatever reason, that to be the guy. I don't know. But that's really, really suspicious to me. And this is exactly why I wanted to show y'all this video from Monk tonight, because he had this was a very interesting theory that he had to point out. Regarding to this guy being the suspect that took Nancy out of her home. I mean, that hand is swollen. Bro, that hand is swollen. There is no way your hand is going to be just randomly swollen like that if you ain't put your hands on somebody or use some type of force hitting something. That's just crazy to me, bro. I could literally sit here for the next 5 to 10 minutes and my perception won't change based on what I think in regards to this guy being the actual suspect or played part in taking Nancy out of her home. I mean, come on now. Look at the hand, bro. Just look at the hand.
A puffy, injured right hand, right? Chilling stuff. So you know I like him as a suspect for sure. As much as I like him as a suspect.
That hand is swollen, and it's the same hand.
Okay. So back to that picture of Lucas Daly. When I first saw this picture, suspects for sure. As much as I like him as a suspect, there's a problem. Okay. So back to that picture.
I gotta see that one more time.
Right. Luke Daly being detained, seemingly flexing what looks to be a puffy, injured right hand. Right? Chilling stuff. So you know I like him as a suspect, for sure. As much as I like him as a suspect, there's a problem, okay? So back to that picture of Lucas Daly. When I first...
I want to stop it right there because I gotta pull this up. I have to do it. We're comparing everyone, bro. And you know what? Continue the video because he has an interesting thing.
Saw this picture. Okay, I want you to feel what you felt like when you first saw this picture. My first reaction was that this looks a bit off, right? Like it was doctored in this world.
Chat, by the way, what do you think? Do you think those are his real eyes or do you think those are contacts?
Of AI that we live in.
Let me know in the chat. Do you think those are his real eyes or those are just contacts?
My first thought was
they look like contacts to me.
Stretched, warped to make it fit, you know, the guy in the mask. Okay, something about that lighting, you know, seems a bit off, and it may have changed his eye color altogether, or maybe he was wearing contacts, but nonetheless, the eye color is different from his mugshots. So I was compelled to match up those pretty eyes myself, and sadly to say, for me, they didn't match. Okay, his head didn't even fit the mask properly in relation to the dimensions of the eyes. So that's when I turned back to that video that I saw that compared this as well. And I realized, okay, part of the guy's head is missing because it's a vertical, like YouTube short or TikTok video. The part of the head that did not fit for me in my investigation is conveniently cropped out. Now, I'm sure they had the same issue here. Sometimes we try to fit a round theory into a square crime case. Also, if this is the same guy, which they do look similar, then why is Lucas in the mugshot, his eyebrows seem so much lower? Now, I admit he could be furrowing his eyebrows, and in more recent time, because that seems like an old mugshot, right?
There's no way that those aren't contacts. Your eyes don't change like that, and a picture does not do anything to your eyes like that unless it's a filter. Unless it's a filter. And you know, now in time we have filters on Snapchat, we got filters on Instagram. Mainly it's Snapchat that really changes the filters the most. But there's no way, even the neck is different, but I think it's only because it looks like he's gained weight. And that's normally what happens when a lot of guys get older. They mainly, for the most part, gain weight. But those are for certain some contacts. And it also just might even be two different guys. I mean, it dang near looks like two different guys just because of the ears are really different. Just observing the ears, they look different, but it's the angle of the picture that makes it difficult to match the ears. But I can't call it, man. I really can't call it. But those are for sure. If this is both the same guy, because the mustache is exactly identical, and so is the nose, pretty much for the most part, then those are definitely contacts. We're not even going to overlook this or overthink this. It's contacts.
So in more recent times, maybe he plucked them upwards, right, to create that space between eyebrow and eyes. But whatever the case, I tried to do the same thing with Luke's mugshot. And I don't think, the eyes fit correctly either. To be specific, the end of his eye slopes, they slope slightly downward, okay? Whereas the culprit's eyes are a little bit perkier, more upwards at the edges. I'm not going to go and, warp this guy's eyes and his head or even squint, just to make it fit. So, hey, once again, we watch. Feel free to disagree because I know a lot of people like Luke Daly as being the man underneath that ski mask. And I like Luke Daly because of his puffy hands, So I will keep plugging away, about this Luke Daly character. I mean, the cops had a warrant,
man, that is
and
way
took the man's
too
car.
close.
And from all we know, they've never given back that car. They just released him. So, yeah, he's in the crosshairs. Also, from what I can gather, this Kayla Noel Day, is supposedly Daly's girlfriend, and she's supposedly Nancy's niece, right? Her sister's daughter, something like that. So far, from what I can tell, this is all unverified rumor. Kayla, she was detained or arrested for an unrelated charge days before Daly was picked up. However, 4 different offenses. Okay, now she's had drug charges in her past, and all we can assume is that she was picked up for drug charges this time around as well. So yes, all of this is unsubstantiated, but the warrant to search Daly's Range Rover and his mom's house, don't forget, what is she, 77 years old? We just need to wait and see. And I would say, to Sheriff Nanos, I wouldn't even bother, rerunning for that position, because the whole world now sees what happened, right? But this case of Nancy Guthrie, it is special, okay? And it's not because her daughter is, the well-known, rich, affluent, 84 years old, right? She didn't have a chance. Some guy came in, we have his picture, just made this case just that more intense, even though we know the odds are against Nancy ever coming home.
I'm not 100% sure. I don't recall ever hearing the sheriff and them come out to say whether or not Layla had no relations at all. I don't know. But like he was saying, it's just speculation. He hasn't figured it out for sure himself to determine whether or not that's actually someone family related. But it's just really, really interesting, and I think that's the closest guy. I mean, come on, guys. I think that guy had to get I'm sorry, not that guy. The FBI, they had to get court ordered. They had to get it court ordered to take that Range Rover. I'm not overlooking this or overthinking this, man. There's no way in hell that Range Rover didn't have something to do with it that night. I mean, they took it for a reason. And if that thing comes back and they don't got nothing, I'm going to be furious, because there's no way that they're just going to seize your vehicle, let you go. You know what I'm saying? Something just tells me that they're going to go back and get this guy at some point, but they're just trying to get everything they need to tie him to it. I mean, but you're not going to take a Range Rover. You're not going to seize a Range Rover for no reason. And we're watching the whole thing. We're hearing on the scanner that this has something to do with Nancy Guthrie. Yet they're not telling us what they're taking out of the Range Rover. I mean, you're already telling us by seizing it. To me, that's enough information for me. I really don't need any more than that. I just think right now they're trying to bottle up enough to take this guy to jail. But they got to bottle up enough to tie him to it. You know how it goes.
I mean, it grows lower every single moment that she is not heard from, right? No proof of life. There's a part of all of us gives a prayer every night so that she could come home. And when you think about that moment, her family sees her, or even when we see her, I bet you all of our hearts would be beating out of our chest. Like, wow, she made it. This could be like the craziest survival story of all time. And then we get to hear from her what happened. That this crazy story that's consumed us for the past 3 weeks, what happened? So as the world creates new angles and theories, just like I've been doing, just to try to get a better picture of what happened that night with the limited evidence that we're allowed to know, my mind starts wandering to other cases as well. And there's one case that I've always wanted to do, and that is the Maura Murray case. Now, I hear about it, just through watching true crime and true crime circles or whatever. And I realized I didn't know much about this case, especially that Maura Murray was kind of a bad person. If you guys know about this story.
For all we know, the Range Rover could be back now in that guy's possession, and they, because we're not going to know when they release it back to Luke or whoever's vehicle it was. We're not going to know when that vehicle is released back. And I don't know what how long it's supposed to be in the impound. You know, I'm sure there's some type of policy where it has to say, you know, or it has to stay a X amount of days before it's released back to the owner, or how long they're able to keep it until they have to release it back. I'm pretty sure, but maybe not, because I've seen people's personal belongings, you know, taken away, like their phone, and there was no deadline when they had to give it back to that party. So I don't know. I don't know. Something tells me they could also keep this car as long as they want, as long as it takes. But I feel like that Range Rover has something to do with it, you know, and I could be 100% wrong, but I think it just tells me something due to the fact of them seizing it that night. They had to have some type of reasonable doubt to take that vehicle. You know what I'm saying? It had to have something to do with something, and it was just bought. I mean, what did they see in there that provoked them to want to seize the vehicle? What provoked the judge to grant them to seize that vehicle in the first place? Wouldn't you think it would have to be something, you know, it would definitely have to be something by law, you know, that they saw in there that requires seizing, or that falls in that line that gives them that authority to seize that vehicle. I'm just saying. I don't know. It's just speculation, but I'm not feeling it, man. I don't know. It's just something not right about that Range Rover. And it's something not right about Luke. The other day, we had 2 Hispanic ladies come out. I believe they do this, you know, for a living on a regular. I don't know the Hispanic lady's name. I know that there was an issue with the 2 Hispanic ladies in front of Nancy Guthrie's home. They were digging the other day. But apparently these ladies are from Mexico.
22 days, thousands,
and we know nothing about nothing in Mexico. How we get people coming from Mexico? But we went to Mexico. Well, Brian Ensign went out to Mexico asking questions, but we weren't able to get any answers at all. But we got people coming out from Mexico to help, and they don't got no type of information for us in Mexico. They can't get no word. They can't reach out to any type of sources to get any information to tell us anything. I don't know, man. Mexico's different.
Tried to take their search into their own hands. Fox 10's Taylor Wirtz joins us live in Tucson with the details. Taylor, what do you mean by that?
Yeah, Brian and Ashley, our crew talked today with a group up here from Mexico up here for a volunteer-led search for evidence. They were up here for several hours. They did find a backpack and a black glove separately a few miles from the home. Worth noting, of course, that backpack, it does not appear to be the one seen in the surveillance video, but deputies did take it from them. A few of those volunteers, though, were actually seen here in front of Nancy's home, poking around in her front yard, and several deputies showed up afterwards looking to speak with them. Now, the Pima County Sheriff's Department did issue a statement yesterday on these volunteer-led searches, asking people to give investigators the space to do their work, saying it's best left to the professionals. But that didn't stop the group of mostly women from coming out here today.
So apparently these 2 ladies came out and they took it upon themselves to start digging, whatever, for whatever reason. They probably looked at each other and were like, I think she's buried right here. No, I just have a feeling she's buried right here. So they took it upon themselves to start digging. I guess digging holes or poking around is what they were referring to, or that's how they phrased it as far as the, you know, but from what I heard, they were digging because I was watching JLR live at the time that, you know, there was 3 sheriffs that pulled up to talk to the 2 group of ladies that came out to help search for Nancy. But I don't know if they got cited. I don't know if they got in trouble. I don't know what happened to them.
PCSD detectives were back in Nancy's neighborhood yesterday, canvassing as part of the investigation. Crews placed barricades here on Nancy's street to make it a one-way road to deal with all the traffic due to media and law enforcement.
But that was stupid.
We know PTSD
that was just dumb.
multiple gloves, near Nancy's home and is analyzing them, and all evidence from the crime scene and search warrants have been submitted for analysis. Lab experts are working through that, and the sheriff has said that with any case, there can be challenges separating that DNA. Now, we know that the FBI has received more than 21,000 tips in this case, and the reward for information is now up to $200,000, some of that funded by private donors. But you can just tell that in this neighborhood, people are still waiting for answers.
So we all know the reward was $50,000 at one point, and it went up to $100,000 at another point in time, and now it's at $200,000. I don't know what's stopping the Guthrie family from adding to it. Might as well. I mean, we already ruined the part where we could have had a chance. We never know because we never tried, but we had a chance, and the Guthrie family said they would pay, and never paid. For me personally, my mom is worth more than $6 million, dead or alive. Dead or alive. Even just taking the risk and not getting anything out of it, she's worth that. So you can forget about everything. If I'm missing my mom and I truly want to bring my mom home, nothing against Savannah, because I'm only here to help. But I'm just saying, I definitely would have sent that money. Just send the money. Send the money. I don't get it. Too late now, though. It's too late.
As we drove through here today, I saw so many mailboxes with yellow ribbons tied on them. Those match the yellow flowers and cards we've seen at this memorial set up in front of Nancy's home, all of those being a symbol for hope that she'll be found. Live in Tucson, Taylor Wirtz, Fox 10 News.
All right, Taylor.
So I don't want to talk about this too much because, I'm trying to stay focused on the Nancy Guthrie thing going on. But I believe, because this is pretty common, it's not like it's something really new. But one of the world's most powerful drug lords was killed yesterday. Now they're wondering whether or not, the death will destroy whether or not it'll destroy the organization that he built. I think I saw a video the other day when there was someone, or the cartel, not someone, they were burning down vehicles. And I don't know if anything else happened today. That was as of yesterday. But I just don't get how we had speculations whether or not Nancy was in Mexico. Yesterday, we killed the leader of Mexico. But there's no possible way we could have got answers to kill that speculation. I mean, we killed the leader of Mexico. But it's common, so I don't really think it's something that we should really stay stuck on because it's common that leaders get killed in Mexico all the time. The leader that did get killed, I believe he goes by El Mencho. In 2024, we arrested El Mayo. And then in 2023, it was Guzman Lopez, and that was the son of El Chapo. And then 2022, they captured Rafael Quintero. I mean, it goes on and on and on. It's like these guys don't last longer than a year anyways. Who cares? I mean, if it didn't result in us getting answers for Nancy, then why are we worried about some leader getting caught in Mexico? It's not doing anything. These guys get caught all the time. It's like the norm now. They don't last long at all. Nancy Grace pointed out a walkie-talkie in the pocket of the jacket in the video of the suspect that we saw the day that Nancy Guthrie got taken out of her home. which supports my theory even more based on there being more than one person that night. So let's run that video.
Breaking news, Savannah Guthrie's mother, Nancy Guthrie, missing day 23. How is this possible? With all the scientific advances, 50,000 tips, a $200,000 plus reward, and we don't have an answer? Good evening. I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. I want to thank you for being with us. Stunning developments tonight as we learn the crime scene is shambolic. Shambolic is the only way to put it. That's a cross between chaotic and shambles. In the last days, a pizza delivery guy has actually walked up onto the crime scene to deliver a pizza. True, to a reporter or a journalist of some sort. But how is that happening? Why isn't the crime scene locked down? There's that and so much more. That's not the most important part tonight.
I don't know why people keep saying this, but it's not a crime scene. So let's just stop saying that it's a crime scene. It's no longer a crime scene, okay? It's not a crime scene. The Guthrie family asked for the sheriff to stick around at their mother's home to protect the home. That's pretty much it. It's not a crime scene anymore. It never remained a crime scene in the beginning, as far as I remember. They went back and they went back and they went back. It's not a crime scene. Just like they left the first time and it wasn't a crime scene, the same thing applies to right now.
The most important part, as far as I'm concerned, is evidence of an accomplice that apparently has been overlooked. Take a look at this. Was an accomplice shining a cell phone light, the lamp, the flashlight on a cell phone, onto the porch guy so he could better obfuscate vision?
Oh, I don't remember seeing that. Wow. Interesting. That does look like somebody shining a phone light. Wow. Let me look at that again.
Could better obfuscate vision
from
the door cam. Look at that.
Oh,
Look off to the left.
For
Do you see that?
Which supports my theory even more that there's a second guy.
Could we isolate it, and enlarge it so our guests and the viewers could see this? Dave Mack, what is happening? Why does our staff and the sleuths on Twitter, X, have to find this?
It's shocking, Nancy. When our team came up with that, I looked at it, I thought, surely they're wrong. I think, to me, it looks clearly like a rectangular cell phone, and it looks like a second person. Because when you watch the suspect here trying to put the weeds on the camera, the camera angle shows you that the other light source is further away, and from the individual using his arm to cover up. Does that make sense? It's like it can't be the same person doing both. You can't be putting the weeds on the camera and then holding something else, a light source, behind him and to the right.
Yes, you're saying that rectangle lit up off to the side is disattached from the guy fumbling around trying to cover up the door cam. Now, Scott Eicher joining us. He was an original founder of the FBI Cellular Analysis Survey Team, CAST. Who are they? They are the ones that are working feverishly. There's probably
very interesting, guys. What do y'all think? You think that's somebody next to him with a phone? Do you think they would have had to be literally I'm just trying to play this out here. They would literally have to be, because the door's not open. We can clearly see the door knob. So they would literally have to be at the door like this. Like that. He would have had to take the light. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I don't know about that one. He'd literally have to take the light while he's at the door and give him some light. Yeah. I mean, yeah. But why not from the light? But why not from the light? We don't see any reflection or shadow. That's
Breaking
what's
news.
weird to
Savannah
me.
Guthrie's mother, Nancy Guthrie,
there's no
missing
shadow at all.
day could better obfuscate vision from the door cam. Look at that. Look off to the left. Do you see that? Could we ISO that, isolate it, and enlarge it so our guests and the viewers could see this? Dave Mack, what is happening? Why does our staff and the...
No, it can't be a reflector from the jacket because where would it be reflecting from?
It's something in his pocket.
Unless it is something in his pocket. But remember, she's going to point it out right now. There is a walkie-talkie that everyone's saying. I really haven't confirmed that's an actual walkie-talkie, but we'll look at it right now because I didn't really look at it. I sat and listened to this video, but I didn't watch this whole video, so we're all watching it for the first time together.
Sleuths on Twitter, X, have to find this.
It's shocking, Nancy. When our team came up with that, I looked at it, I thought, surely they're wrong. I think, to me, it looks clearly like a rectangular cell phone, and it looks like a second person. Because when you watch the suspect here trying to put the weeds on the camera, the camera angle shows you that the other light source is further away, and from the individual using his arm.
Nah, because on that approach to the door, he got too close to the door for there to be someone there, and I think someone walking up to the door with another person is going to avoid too much close contact with another person. I don't know.
To cover up. Does that make sense? It's like it can't be the same person doing both. You can't be putting the weeds on the camera and then holding something else, a light source behind him and to the right.
Yes, you're saying that rectangle lit up off to the side is disattached from the guy fumbling around trying to cover up the door cam. Now, Scott Eicher joining us, he was an original founder of the FBI Cellular Analysis Survey Team, CAST. Who are they? They are the ones that are working feverishly. There's probably, from what I'm learning, 2 or more guys, women on the ground, and several
that
pulled away
doesn't look like
Quantico
a
or
phone
remote.
to me, though. It doesn't look like a phone at all. These people's speculations sometimes be crazy. Like, you can't even confirm whether or not that's a butt of a phone, but you're going to say it looks like the butt of a phone? And it doesn't look like the butt of a phone? That doesn't even make no sense. It doesn't even look like a phone. It looks like there's a possibility, but I'm not going to say it looks like that if it doesn't look like that.
That are digging through the data that's being fed to them to isolate cell phones and other Wi-Fi emitting devices on the scene. That is how they pulled over the first guy. Remember him? Catch and release. That's probably why they raided the home of a neighbor, because those cell phones were popping up in and around the area of Nancy Guthrie's home. I'm still curious, were they popping up at 2 a.m.? But we do know that all of those subjects have been cleared. That's what CAST, Cellular Analysis Survey Team, is doing. Now, you, Scott Eicher, also with Norfolk PD.
Hold on, let's go back again real quick. I want to go back again to that part where they show the light again, because
yes, you're saying that rectangle lit up off to the side is disattached.
It does look far. It does look too far away from his jacket pocket to be the actual.
The guy fumbling around trying to cover up.
And it kind of falls down. So it definitely ain't in his pocket. Nope, can't be that. And if you notice, it kind of fell down, like if somebody's hand just, came down a little bit, just to give them a little bit, just to give them light in the right spot. Look again.
Attached from the guy fumbling around trying to cover up.
See that? See how it dropped down? Bloop. Like, maybe that could have been the walkie-talkie and it kind of slipped in his pocket a little bit. But he's turned kind of this way. He's away from where that light is at. So his jacket pocket would have to be way up here in order for that to be his actual pocket. Not only that, like I said, he's turned to the side. So how would that be in his pocket?
The door cam. The guy fumbling around trying to cover up the door from the guy fumbling around trying to cover up the door.
Oh my God, brother. I don't know, man. What are we going to discover in this video the next few days? You know what? Before I go to sleep tonight, I'm going to watch this video in slow motion like at least 25 times, if not more. Because it seems like as time goes on, we're like, because we're the only ones investigating this. It feels like that because we haven't heard anything from the FBI, but they're working on it. It just don't feel like that. And I also would like to see what they've pointed out in the video, because they obviously, they do this all the time. So they're definitely going to be able to point out some things that we haven't even really discovered yet. You see how long it's taking us to discover what they would probably have discovered probably a couple days into this video when they first got it.
From the guy fumbling around trying to cover up the door cam. Now, Scott Eicher joining us. He was
go back one more time. Just one last time, and then we're going to continue through this video real quick. I want to do that in slow motion just real quick, because the way that drops down, I want to see it in slow-mo real quick. And I'm going to go as slow as I can, because you can only go so slow on YouTube.
Off to the side.
Ooh, that changes things. That slow-mo definitely made a difference. Go back again.
Off to the side.
Ooh. That might just be the back of a phone. And you could kind of like almost see it in real time. It doesn't help when we pause it though, because it's more pixelated when it's paused. So let's try this again.
Off to the off to the side.
Oh, yeah, that's not reflection at all.
To the side.
Indeed, for certain, a light.
Off to the side. Off to the side.
Oh man, I can't call it, man. That's close. I'm gonna just say that's a phone. I'm gonna just say it's a phone. I'm just gonna agree with Nancy Grace on that and say it's a phone. And if it's not, it's some type of light source that was given to him from someone that was with him that night. I'm sticking to it. It can't be anything else.
Side
is from the light from his mouth from the camera.
But the light in his mouth is not bright enough.
But the light from his mouth hitting the camera.
It doesn't even shine on the shrub that he pulls from the tree. So there's no way that light is bright enough.
There could be a light that's on the Nest camera.
Yeah, but that already lit up. And the light from the Nest camera is facing him. That light is coming in from an angle. That light isn't coming directly toward him.
Is disattached from the guy fumbling around trying to cover up the door cam. Now, Scott Eicher joining us. He was an original founder of the FBI Cellular Analysis Survey Team, CAST. Who are they? They are the ones that are working feverishly. There's probably, from what I'm learning, 2 or more guys, women on the ground, and several hold away in Quantico or remote that are digging through the data that's being fed to them to isolate cell phones and other Wi-Fi emitting devices on the scene. That is how they pulled over the first guy. Remember him? Catch and release. That's probably why they raided the home of a neighbor, because those cell phones were popping up in and around the area of Nancy Guthrie's home. I'm still curious, were they popping up at 2 a.m.? But we do know that all of those subjects have been cleared. That's what CAST, Cellular Analysis Survey Team, is doing. Now, you, Scott Eicher, also with Norfolk PD in the Homicide Division for many years. Now you're at Precision Cellular Analysis. You had the idea that that rectangle could be the backpack, the reflection, the reflective part of the backpack. Was that one of your theories?
Yeah, it's really hard to tell from that video if that's the screen of the cell phone that's on, or is that a reflection of the, we've seen on the backpack as the guy's walking up, the reflective kind of armband. So is that part of the backpack or the waistband of the backpack that's, you know, making a reflection that looks like a cell phone? But either way, whether it's in the video or not, the CAST team is going to be looking at all devices, either cellular or Wi-Fi devices or GPS devices that Google can collect in that area, so that we can start weeding out the ones that are supposed to be there at that time and the ones that are suspect.
Okay, I want to talk to you, and the whole panel, please jump in. Look at it again, because this rectangular, this lit up rectangle that looks like a cell phone is not jiving. It's not corresponding with the movements of the porch guy. He's moving. His arms and shoulders are moving. So it is stationary. See what I mean? Right there.
Yeah, and if you, and look, for something that's reflecting isn't going to move like a hand. You know, a hand isn't able to stay stiff enough to not. It can, but a lot of times, most of the time, we'll see some type of movement in someone's hand. If you pay close enough attention, when a hand is still, you'll still see it move. You know, just like when you're providing somebody a light, it moves, and the other person that wants you to provide them that light is like, nah, move it up a little bit, because you don't even realize when you're holding a light for someone. I know we've all done this. When you're holding a light for someone, you don't realize how far you've gone down with that light. You know, you're sitting there shining a light, giving your partner some light, and a lot of times when somebody's providing you light, within a minute, maybe less, even more sometimes, you're like, yo, move the light up a little bit. You're in the way of my light now, you know, or whatever it is. So I don't know. To me, that's what it looks like to me. It looks like someone's providing some light, but they can't keep their hand steady enough for it to seem like it's like a reflection. A reflection is going to be like just there. It's going to be still, like it's not going to be like moving. I don't know. To me, it's not. But again, you know, that's my speculation. But I think it could also be, it could definitely very much so be a reflection of the light that's in his mouth or on the Ring camera, and we could be mistaken it for somebody providing light. It's a high possibility. But however, it just seems like to me that someone comes down with a light for a split moment, and then once they reach that stopping point, I still see a little bit of movement. Watch again.
It's stationary while he is moving.
You see how the light is kind of moving?
And of course, I'm not a member of the FBI Cellular Analysis Survey Team.
See, it's kind of fidgety.
That is impossible. He walks up and the reflective lighting.
But it's almost like the strub hits that reflective lighting, and then I don't know what happens after that.
Is very apparent. Hold on, those strips move.
But if the fact that the way of he approaching the door, the way he approached the door when he first got to the door, doesn't tell me that there's someone next to him at the door, because that's too close to that person that was at the door. It's a very good amount of space in her door, you know, in that just vicinity where it provides, you know, the roof. From the moment he steps in the step of her doorway, it just seems like there's no one there. But there's a possibility that someone just kind of sitting there in the corner. But the door never opened because we could see the knob on the door for sure.
Your hand, fella. Move your hand. Come on, I want to see those. There you go. Okay, Bueller. Joining me, guys, John Bueller. You know him well. Homicide detective, former homicide detective with Modesto PD. He helped lead the investigation that ultimately convicted Scott Peterson in the double murders of Lacey and Connor.
You know what?
Peterson.
Let me see if I can pull up the door real
Bueller
quick.
is.
Let me pull up the door because this might change y'all's perception on this real quick. Let me pull up the door. Show y'all how the door is, because someone could have already been at the door, so we can't overlook the door now, because I forgot Nancy's door. I don't think is an actual screen door. It's just a door with knobs. It's 2 doors to get in her house in the front, but the front door is a barred door. It's basically a screen door without the screen. Let's just say that. Let me see if I can pull up her front door.
And like there's a space in between to get to her door.
Yeah. So that person, if there's another person with that guy that was at the door, very much so could have been right there trying to help him out. And just maybe they hadn't went into Nancy's room yet, and they were trying to stay quiet, so they didn't want to just hit the camera off of the thing and, you know, make it that simple, because they obviously didn't want to make a bunch of noise. Not only that, before he approached the door, he kind of looked a little bit on the road just to make sure they were clear, or just to make sure someone wasn't coming. He kind of looked, but I want to go to her door. I don't remember. I'm not sure, so I just want to make sure if Nancy has a screen. Okay, she does have a screen. So that automatically, the theory that I thought I was going to have is out, because I believe there's a screen. Unless this is an old picture. I'm going to have to go tomorrow.
It's a screen door.
I know. Chill out. I'm on live. So let me go, because I went there the other day. I'll pull up my video, and I think I might have zoomed in on it. And I think I got it on. I think I might have zoomed in on the door at one point. I'm trying to see if I did. I hope I did. There's a bunch of videos of people going live at her home. I don't know if they zoomed in on the door or not. Or I do recall some of them. I just don't remember, obviously, that timestamp on them zooming in on the door. I don't think I did. Because the picture that I'm seeing online might not be the same picture of how it might not be how her door is actually now. A lot of the Google pictures online are super, super old. I don't think I zoomed in on her door that day that I recently went to her house. I want to find a picture because I think her screen door doesn't have a screen anymore. I almost want to say it does not have a screen anymore. And if that's the case, then it definitely fits the theory as far as someone sticking their hand through that screen door and shining that light. And that could potentially actually be a phone if there is no screen on there. I'm definitely going by tomorrow. But I think there's a screen. It just doesn't look like there's a screen from far away. Because I'm seeing some recent pictures with the sheriff in front of her home, and it looks like there is a screen there. But just passing by in real life, it didn't seem like there was a screen on there. I'm going to keep it real, but I can't recall. But from what I think I remember, I don't think there was an actual screen on her door. But I think there is. I'm everywhere right now. Anyway, I'll keep looking, and if I find no screen, then that might fit the theory, but I think I'm wrong. I think there actually is a screen on her door. Because remember, there was that note on the door from Adult Protective Services. So, and I think when we saw that note, we could see the screen. But anyway.
Joining us, 31 years in homicide and robbery. What do you make of that cell phone, apparently a cell phone off to the left of the perp? To me, it means there's an accomplice.
Well, Nancy, I certainly couldn't rule that out, and it certainly fits. I'd like something a little bit clearer, but at the same time, he would have remained off the view of the camera the whole time, and so it might be a situation where he's not disguised, he's not masked up, he doesn't have the gloves on. So if he was the one who originally made the contact at the door to try and get her to open the door, it would be more likely that she would open for somebody who isn't disguised versus the guy who was standing there with the mask up. Who's going to open for that?
And Dave Mack, and I mocked him at the time again.
Tiger says black steel door. I saw it today. I saw there the other day online. So what do you mean? There was a screen, or there is no screen? It was a black steel iron door. Are you talking about the second door before the screen? Because the one that I saw, or the screen I remember seeing, had a screen, and it definitely wasn't steel. I believe you're talking about the second door, but anyway, let me continue this video.
A really hard time set.
We'll figure it out.
It's somebody dressed identically. But when you think about it, look, here he is, backpack, then no backpack. Is that the accomplice? Why would he go take off the backpack and put it back on, or show up without the backpack? Because when we see him first walking up, let me see that as well. When we see him first walking up and stepping onto the porch, he's already wearing the backpack. Now, Iker, this is your expertise. We can't tell really which came first. See, here he is walking up, first time that we know of, and he's wearing the backpack. So is that a second person without the backpack that indicates an accomplice, and they outfitted themselves similarly? Or is this not in the right time sequence? What do you make of it, Iker?
I think you got to remember, one, we're not seeing probably all the video that law enforcement wants to provide us. Two, the fact that we got this video is unique in the first place because the Guthries didn't have a subscription, so it was hidden back in the cloud. So hopefully they can find more video, and what we don't have is timestamps on these videos. So we don't know the sequence of events. Is it the first time the guy walks up, or the second time, or the third time?
Guys, we're analyzing what we believe to be newly discovered evidence, and that is evidence that there is an accomplice, and he's shining a light onto the door cam to help the porch guy obfuscate, hide the view from the porch cam, the door cam. Seems like he's holding the light so the porch guy can see what he's doing. So we have not one buffoon, but two. This kind of takes away from the theory, John Bueller, that this is someone that had totally cased her home, because they would have had to see she has a door cam, and they're just figuring that out and trying to figure out how to obscure their view.
Yeah, that it's kind of strange to me that somebody, no matter what they're up to, is not going to figure that somebody's got one of the door cams, because they're so common nowadays. But the mere fact that you've got the movement of that light source when he's moving the foliage up there around the camera suggests to me that there's two. But that fits with a lot of things that come along with this thing. How are you going to transport this gal who's not in great health? You're not going to walk her across the desert. You're not going to take her through the backyard, because all these yards are completely covered with all sorts of brushwood and shrubs and cactus and things like that. It seems more likely that they would have taken her out the front, put her in a vehicle that maybe was on the circular driveway outside of the camera view. From a viewer point, when you're looking at the suspect coming up, the circular driveway goes from left to right from your view, and it would be real easy to have a vehicle out of the view of the camera over there that they were able to get her into and take her out of there.
So let me circle back to Iker, Scott Iker.
Very, very interesting point that he had there. He said it would be easy to take her, being out of the view of that camera. because the driveway goes out two ways, and it's kind of a circular. Yeah, it's a circular kind of driveway, but it goes. It's shaped like a U if you're facing the driveway from the door. So they didn't have to go on the right side. If you're facing the driveway, they wouldn't have to go out to the right. They would, they could have easily went out to the left. But that would have put their car in the camera. So obviously there was no car in the play. And I think that fits the theory as far as the walkie-talkie being in the pocket, because for him to communicate with someone instantly, I think it would be a lot more sufficient for whatever job that they were trying to pull off the night that Nancy went missing. That would fit the theory even better, because it would be easier for him to just be like, yo, I'm ready. You know what I'm saying? He would be able to contact his buddy immediately for whoever may have been there as a driver on standby, whenever they were ready to have that person pull up so they can pull off.
Currently with PCA experts, precision cellular analysis experts. Scott, if the cell phone is lit up, that doesn't mean that the Wi-Fi is on, or does the Wi-Fi, well, I guess they could have turned it on and cut off the Wi-Fi. Would that in any way be picked up? Because I believe we were told that an iPad that was cut, that didn't have the Wi-Fi on, could...
Tiger says the only explanation would be the back door was unlocked, or they somehow said maybe police open up, and she did. Not possible, because she has two doors, remember. But that, obviously you're going to say that it was dark and Nancy wouldn't have been able to see if she did open the door. She just let them in, didn't even pay attention and look. Nah, she would have saw two masked men the minute that she opened the first door, before she opened that screen door. And that would have been all she wrote. She would have called the police quick. But no, that doesn't fit the theory. I think Nancy was asleep, and I don't think they wasted any time at all. I'm going to keep it real. I think they went right in there with the butt of that gun. Not even the butt of the gun. Stop. Let me stop myself. Not the butt of the gun. I think Luke, if Luke is our guy, because remember Luke's hand was swollen, I think Luke went in there, and I don't even want to say this, but I think he repetitively punched the living hell out of Nancy, and then they took her. Not to say that it went that simple, because I think they did other things before they left, after they did whatever they did to Nancy. However, I think that that's what happened. Or he did that, and then, because, there are reports, or not even reports, I'm hearing that there was a broken lamp. Not only that, with blood trails in the house. So Nancy definitely, most definitely got hit before they got to that door at some point in time. But it tells me that it also kind of tells us the moment in time, around the moment in time that she got hit, if there were blood trails in the hallway. Because they were saying there were blood trails in the hallway. So if there are blood trails in the hallway, that would mean they would have had to hit Nancy in her bed or somewhere within the area of her room before carrying her out. Because remember, that blood that they tested was Nancy's blood. And we're not going to mistake this for a nosebleed anymore, because yeah, we could bleed outside of our home, and we're chances are bleeding outside of our home and we're dripping blood. We're not going to clean up the blood. But if it drips in the house and it's on the floor and that was a nosebleed, and Nancy was, I'm sure, obviously aware that her nose is bleeding. Everyone's going to know when their nose is bleeding. They're not going to not notice after a good amount of time. You're going to know. Then you're going to clean that up in your home. You're not going to leave blood on your floor and go to sleep. So her nose definitely wasn't bleeding. She definitely was somehow restrained. And I think it was beyond just being restrained.
Still be trying to connect I mean, could we get that phone, could CAST get it, even if the Wi-Fi was turned off?
All right, there are several different things that connect a phone to a network, right? It's the cellular connection, it can be the Bluetooth connection, and it can be the Wi-Fi connection. So all those things could be off and the light or the screen on the phone could be still on, but who would do that, right? I mean, why turn all those devices off, all those connections off, and leave the phone on? So and to answer your question, yeah, you can look at Wi-Fi connections. Google does that some on its subscribers. Cellular stuff we're obviously doing already, and Bluetooth we're doing already for Nancy's pacemaker. So we're taking a look at all those different triggers. Yeah.
Okay.
So everyone keeps saying 40 minutes, 41 minutes, 45 minutes, or whatever time that they've overheard. I don't really know what the time would have been that those guys were in there. We really don't know, and a lot of it's speculation based on the times that her doors opened or the garage door opened. But that's why I keep a timeline up here, because they're basing that timeline pretty much. They're basing that off of the amount of time that they were in the home for the most part. So I really can't say that, they were in there for 40 minutes, because we're not sure. We're just not sure. We really don't know. So, I mean, until we really know, we really can't say it was 40 minutes. So I don't know why a lot of us are saying 40 minutes, but I just can't say 40 minutes, because I feel like they could have been gone they could have been gone a lot quicker than that. Just because of the pacemaker time, it doesn't mean that they weren't out of there before then. But I don't know. I can't call it. But looking at the timeline, it says, her garage door, that was open at 9:48. And then they said that it closed. I don't know how they figured this out, but then they said that it closed at 9:50, and then at 1:47 a.m. the door cam disconnected. So that would be what? How many minutes at that point? I don't know. Y'all do the math and you tell me. Because 9:48 is the time that she was dropped off. So I think the clock would start at the time that the door cam disconnects. So, I mean, it would have to be at that moment in time of when that clock started. So 3 minutes go by, and then the pacemaker spikes. 15 more minutes go by, and then the software detects person on the camera. And then we got 30 more minutes here, I want to say. I might be off a little bit on the time. Then the pacemaker disconnects from the phone. That's 30 minutes. That's not even 40 minutes. That's 30. I don't know, man. I don't know. I really can't call it. That's why I say we really can't say how long these guys were there. I don't know. Some don't sit with me well to be like, yeah, she was there 40 minutes. It's just everyone's kind of running with that whole spec, but
some of the devices that would show up in addition to cell phones would be, for instance, a smartwatch, correct?
Correct.
Just
yes,
no.
Yes.
An iPad?
Yes, if it had Wi-Fi on.
Okay, so we would have to have the Wi-Fi turned on. What about a vehicle that already has, it's wired already for Wi-Fi, like a Uconnect?
Yes, a lot of the newer vehicles have both Wi-Fi connections and cellular connections.
Okay, what about a GPS device of some sort?
If it's just GPS, it's just seeing satellites and giving its own position based on the satellites. If it has no cellular connection or Wi-Fi, then we're not going to see that.
What if somebody connected to Waze or Google Maps to get there? What about that?
Oh yeah, then you've got your cellular connection and a GPS or a Wi-Fi connection running on that phone that will guide you to that address. And we saw those searches of Nancy's.
Another thing is, by the way, I have 2 cell phones. One of them's not in service. The other one isn't. And I use my other phone a lot. And I'm only pointing this out because I use hotspot with both of the phones. And a lot of times I'll be doing Instacart after work, and you'll be surprised how far that connection will go. You know, it's not that far, but it's far. It does go a decent distance. And if I were to go to Nancy's door and I pulled on her street in her driveway, you know, not even in her driveway, if I was on the street, not on the driveway, if I was on her street and I pulled up on the road right in front of her house, and I took this phone to the door and left my other phone that I'm giving hotspot to from the main phone, I would still have hotspot connected to that phone. And that's the same for me being connected with the hotspot in the house. So if I was connected to the Wi-Fi and I was sitting out, actually the connection from the Wi-Fi in the home is it expands a little further than my actual hotspot on the phone. And I'm just saying this because that time would have had to happen once they pretty much drove off from the house, as far as her phone disconnecting or her Apple Watch disconnecting. It would have still been connected if it was connected to her home. From the street to her house, it would have still been connected up until they drove away. We know how far our Wi-Fi's work. And if you don't, here's another thing. You can go buy Cox Cable. So Cox Cable is, you know, like DirecTV. I don't know if some of you guys have DirecTV, but they offer a fiber optic line, which is a direct line, so you're not sharing any Wi-Fi with your neighbors. Well, Cox does it. They share Wi-Fi, so you can go online and buy Cox Wi-Fi and steal people's Wi-Fi. Just going through neighborhoods, you know, you'll see Wi-Fi's pop up. You know what I'm saying? So that kind of just explains how far Wi-Fi will go.
Address and Savannah's income that are important in the aspect that it was done prior to Nancy Guthrie missing, and those are the things that we really want to know.
Okay, let me talk to you about if the cell phone we think the accomplice was using to shine onto the porch, if they thought to turn off, like it's alleged, and let me see, okay, Brian Koberger, he's the poster boy for so many bad things, turned off a cell phone, went and did the crime, quadruple murder, then later turned on his cell phone. We have reason to believe, according to prosecution, it stated that Barry Morphew turned off his cell phone at a certain time during the time of Suzanne Morphew's murder and then turned it back on. That's what they're alleging, hasn't been proven yet. If this guy turned off his Wi-Fi on his phone, right? You know how you just go in and you click turn off Wi-Fi? If he did that, couldn't we still trace that phone through cellular or Bluetooth?
If he turned off the Wi-Fi, yes, we can still check it, trace that through cellular and the Bluetooth part of it. What we do know is that if you think about it, why would he turn off or maybe he turned off his connections to his cell phone, that's why he has the walkie-talkie.
Brilliant. So on a cell phone, you can get a tracking from the cellular, the Wi-Fi, or the Bluetooth, correct?
Correct, from different aspects, yes.
And who would think, just logically speaking, to go in and turn off cellular, Wi-Fi, and Bluetooth on your phone? I could see them turning off the Wi-Fi. I could see them turning off the cellular, but all of that. Okay, you brought up.
I don't know. The fact that he had enough time to take some strub and try to cover it up over the camera tells me how patient and how calm he was during this time. For me personally, putting myself in his shoes, I would be panicking. I would literally be panicking. I wouldn't even know what to think. I wouldn't be able to think straight. We're going in. We're going to take somebody. It is even far more beyond a crazy mission than it is for me going in and burglarizing your home and making sure that I'm not killing nobody, and I'm not going into your home with any intent to kill anyone. It is far more crazy going into somebody's home with the intent to kill if I have to, or kidnap. Knowing that I'm going into your home with that intent, if that was the intent, and I got time to take a strub and sit here and dangle with it, and you know what I'm saying? That's crazy. That is just beyond me. That is just crazy. I almost wonder sometimes if we got a serial killer here in Tucson, Arizona on our hands right now. Well, as of right now, we do. Until we get some type of proof of life. You know, I'm just going to assume otherwise. Especially due to the fact that Nancy was on medications that kept her, you know, that keep her living a normal life and keep her alive. I'm just going to say we have a serial killer right now, as of right now, that's out there. And who knows what's going to happen next. If he's going to do more, other people may come up missing. But right now, as of right now, this guy is winning. He's showing us. Why not? You could take a person. He's showing us right now. Yeah, it's that easy. It's that easy. Until we get some type of lead and we're moving in a direction where we all feel like as a community that we're about to get this guy. Because right now, all of this is just a bunch of speculations, what ifs, if, and hope. That's all this is right now. Right now, he is winning. Straight up.
Something really important. In addition to seeing what we believe to be a cell phone lighting up off to the left of the perp, there's also a close-up of the tip of a walkie-talkie. Let's see that, Control Room. If you could show me that. He's coming up. It's his left pocket. Wait for it. There you go.
Okay, so here's the walkie-talkie
part. What do you make of that, Bueller?
Not yet. I still can't call it. I don't know if this is a walkie-talkie. So I don't know why they're just making this assumption that this is a walkie-talkie. I'm gonna zoom in a little bit because I feel like a lot of us watch on devices and not computers, which I do as well when I'm out and about or chilling. And it's not as easy to see on a device as it is on the computer. So let's just zoom in here so we can get a little better of.
Well, once again, it'll fully support the possibility.
Go back a little bit.
A close light port in it turning off. See them turning off the Wi-Fi. I could see them turning off the cellular, but all of that. Okay, you brought up something really important. In addition to seeing what we believe to be a cell phone lighting up off to the left.
What do y'all think, chat? You think that's a walkie-talkie in his pocket?
Of the perp. There's.
Where are they getting their? Where are they getting? Oh, it's black for you guys. It ain't even as clear as what I can see. We gotta change that.
Also, a close-up
of
the tip of a walkie-talkie. Let's see that, Control Room. If you could show me that. He's coming up. It's his left pocket. Wait for it. There you go. Okay. What do you make of that, Bueller?
I don't think that's a.
Well,
I don't know,
once again, it'll fully support the possibility or probability
Why
that
is
you
it
need to
black
act
for
alone.
you guys?
Just like you guys were just talking about being
let
wise
me
enough to
zoom
turn off
back out.
Bluetooth, cellular, and Wi-Fi. How's he going to communicate with his buddy? So the cheap walkie-talkies that you would get, which are like you guys were just.
How are they confirming that that's a walkie-talkie?
Fully support.
There's no way. Like, and you guys can see it a little bit, and it's really pixelated on my end. It actually looks more clear on stream, but it's just not bright enough. Let me see if I can filter it a little bit here. Because it's definitely not bright enough for you guys to see. Oh, that's way better. Yep. So that's really the view of how I'm seeing it. Now let's just show y'all in real time.
Well, once again, it'll fully support the possibility or probability that he didn't act alone. Just like you guys were just talking about being wise enough to turn off Bluetooth, cellular, and Wi-Fi. How's he going to communicate with his buddy? So the cheap walkie-talkies that you would get, which are great to use around the yard and things like that, real easy for him to stick one of those in his pocket, and then he can make contact with his buddy who's off screen, and maybe it was the same guy holding that illuminated screen on the cell phone.
We think it's a walkie-talkie. So now, and I'm going to circle back to you, Iker, on this.
It's a walkie-talkie.
Because now we've got somebody that shot
that doesn't
for
look like a walkie-talkie
the backpack, the Walmart.
I get the point, though, because they're seeing a long antenna-like looking thing, on why they might think that's a walkie-talkie. But I'm going to be honest, that don't look like a walkie-talkie to me. It is a possibility that it could have a long antenna. That'd be an old-fashioned walkie-talkie or something like that, because the walkie-talkies don't even have big. They do, but that long? I don't know. I'm not saying they don't, because there are some out there with long antennas. But me going to buy a cheap walkie-talkie, I'm gonna get me a little nice small walkie-talkie. It's not gonna be a big old walkie-talkie for what? And I'd actually be a little nervous to be on the wrong channel and on someone else's channel as well. I don't know if those guys thought that through at all. But that doesn't look like a walkie-talkie to me. But I could be wrong.
Polyester holster, the ski mask, balaclava, the gloves, maybe the jacket, maybe the pants, and walkie-talkies. And a gun, although I don't think he bought the gun at a gun shop. I don't think that happened. But, Dave Mack, what do we know about the use of walkie-talkie?
That could very much well be it, now that they show a picture of that walkie-talkie, so I could be wrong.
What appears to be the antenna of a walkie-talkie. We found this walkie-talkie that has that similar antenna at Walmart. That's what you see there on the screen. These would allow for the suspect to communicate with someone else, like you mentioned a minute ago, without having any kind of cellular connection at all. It's a walkie-talkie. It works, channel to channel. It's just a regular signal that is not digital. It's picked up, using an antenna. And I mean, we had them as kids, and you can use those in a yard. Some of them go up to 2 or 3 miles, but in this case, they are available at Walmart, and they do fit in your pocket like that.
I know all about walkie-talkies, from law enforcement for so many years, but my son went through the whole walkie-talkie phase. We all had to have a walkie-talkie, and then those would break. We'd have to get new walkie-talkies.
I used to love
walkie-talkies. They're still
walkie-talkies.
all over the house. The little ones, the big ones, you name it. So, okay, Iker, is there any way to trace walkie-talkie activity?
If it's a one-point to one-point transmission, you're not going to have that recorded in any cellular network or in any Google location information or, Facebook type stuff, location information. It's going to be quite difficult to track a single historical transmission over walkie-talkies. Now, there could be several people on the same frequency talking together. You can have the whole family talking to each other, as you were talking about with your family. But I don't think there's going to be any record of that unless the actual walkie-talkie is one of the newer ones that might have Wi-Fi or might have cellular on it too. If it's just the old peer-to-peer over a low-level frequency, we're not going to be able to retrieve that. See it. Now, we've talked about the Google aspect.
But I'm not going to lie. That one that they're showing is way too short. Just looking at it, it looks like it's way too short to be that walkie-talkie specifically, if that's a walkie-talkie in his pocket. That definitely ain't the one, because that is a lot longer than the one we're looking at. That antenna in his pocket looks a lot longer than the one we're looking at from Walmart. So I'm not going to say that that's the one, although it looks fairly close. but it could be of how close we're looking at the picture that makes it seem like it's much longer, because at the same time it also looks like it's about the same length, but it's hard to say just judging it through the video and stopping it here.
If it's a Google device, Google does track some of its devices, but that's via Bluetooth or cellular or Wi-Fi. I just don't think those are enabled that way. Those cheap walkie-talkies are not going to have that.
Okay, let me look at the walkie-talkie again. This fits in with the Nanos who's coming out and saying that there is more than one perp. That
It's
fits
a walkie.
in perfectly with
It's a walkie. I seen the walkie-talkie right there. Now, when you see him turn, you can almost see the whole thing. For certainly, that's a walkie-talkie. In real time, when he's turning, let's look at it again.
Look at the walkie-talkie again. This fits in with the Nanos who's coming out and saying
Right
that
there.
is more than. This fits in with the Nanos who's coming out and saying
There. Oh man, right about there you can see it. And you can see and it's pixelated, so it's hard to tell, and you guys might not have as clear as a picture as I do. But I can see the shape of it. And it's got how that one looks, but it's facing this way. Like if I had the phone here and it's, it's facing this way toward you, and then you can kind of see the butt end or the top of the antenna. The antenna is like coming out of it this way. Just how it was showing, obviously it would be facing that way if we just seen the antenna sitting up. And maybe that was in the reflection and it actually did fall down. For whoever said that in the chat earlier, it's a possibility that could have somehow been in the reflection of the light that they thought was someone else shining a phone light. It's possible.
that there is more than one perp. That fits in perfectly with that. Now, to you, Bueller.
But in
that
real
fits in as
time,
who's-
it really
Okay,
looks like that's
Let me look
it
at the
right
walkie-talkie
there.
again.
That's a walkie.
This fits in with the Nanos who's coming out and saying that
Yeah,
there
that looks
is
like a
more than one
walkie-talkie.
perp. That fits in perfectly with that. Now, to you, Bueller, I like the theory that there's more than one person. The more people involved, the more likely they're going to get caught. Explain why.
Well, it's going to be tough. You got two people that are completely.
And you just subscribe to the channel. Yo, much love, Angie. I appreciate the sub. Thank you.
3 weeks away. If they're holding Nancy and she's still with us, hopefully that's the case. They're going to have their life pretty much filled up with dealing with her. The one thing that is kind of strange to me, $202,000 and change, is going to pretty much strain loyalty between two bad guys. One's going to probably want to collect that and start his life new, become a witness instead of a co-responsible. So that's the one reason that the rewards are so great. But the other thing that is a problem here, that at least for me, I've been looking at this ever since it started, is they didn't put out a reward right away. They didn't put out a photo of Nancy showing that she was, duct taped up to a chair somewhere or something like that, so that whoever was going to pay the reward would know what they're making the purchase for. The mere fact that they don't have that out there makes me fearful that she didn't survive the abduction. So the reward's a great thing. Loyalty, well, if they're staying loyal for $202,000, they got to be pretty much more loyal than most of the people that I know. That's a pretty good chunk of cash. Unless you are independently wealthy.
Bueller, I'm going to ask you a couple of yes/no questions.
Uh-oh.
Did you know cadaver dogs were already brought to the scene? Did you know that?
I did not.
By the way, guys, where is that $2,500 coming from? The reward was $200,000, and I keep hearing Nancy say that there's an additional $2,000 every time she says the reward. So who's providing that other $2,500? Not that it matters, but I'm just wondering where this is coming from. Because at one point in time, I heard that it was $200,000 and about $300 or something like that. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought, it was a lot lower than that, and I thought it was originally a flat $200,000, and then all of a sudden it was like $200,000 and a couple $100, and now it's $202,000. I don't know. This is crazy. I think the reward's just going to go up even higher, and I don't know why the reward is so high. I don't know if it had anything to do with that TMZ thing that was going on, and that's why they upped the reward. I don't know. I just feel like the reward is extremely, extremely high. But I get it. It's a national thing. This blew up more than your average person that goes missing due to Nancy having a daughter who's well known and, you know, looked at as a celebrity. But at the same time, that reward is extremely high.
Know that. I was under the suspicion that they
now
had
you
brought
know.
trackers.
Did you know that they did not get a hit? Yes, no, they did not get a hit. Did you know that?
Did not know that.
There has not been a body found yet, Bueller. Did you know that?
I was pretty aware of that, yeah.
That given, we're moving forward trying to find Nancy Guthrie alive.
To whoever has her or knows where she is, that it's never too late. And you're not lost or alone. And it is never too late to do the right thing. And we are here. And we believe. And we believe in the essential goodness of every human being. And it's never too late.
American homeowners, the FBI has been warning about a type of...
That's a tough one, man. It really is. It's tough to see Savannah like that. It also doesn't even seem like Savannah's even ate any food, you know. I don't know if you guys saw the other day, but I think Michael, was his name Mike? I don't know his name, but I think he was seen not too long ago. Not to get off topic, we got to definitely finish that video. But I think he was saw at the airport. Somebody ran into him the other day at the airport. I don't know if he's still here. I don't know if anybody in town has seen Savannah around. I know they kind of just been staying in the house. I'm from Tucson, Arizona. I'm everywhere. I do Instacart. I haven't seen him around anywhere. Somebody approached him the other day, tried to ask some questions. And obviously, he gave them no response. This is Savannah's husband.
All right. Michael, is there anything you want to say to the people? Michael, how are you, sir? Michael, how's the family holding up? Is there anything you can say? It's Michael. All right. Michael, is there anything you want to say to the people who have done this? Michael, how's the family holding up?
He got a lot of clothes, though. About 2 luggages, man. He gonna be here a while, it seems like. I don't know. But I thought that was interesting, that somebody was just randomly knew he was coming to the airport, I guess, you know. I hope this doesn't ruin, you know, their relationship or anything like that. You know, it's a tough time, obviously, for the family. And I just wonder what his take would be on this whole thing that's going on. It would have been nice for him to give a little insight, but he did the right thing.
Nightmare. That is why we partner with Home Title Lock, so you can find out today if you're already a victim and protect yourself. Use promo code Nancy at HomeTitleLock.com to get a free
Nancy, we don't want to
your
hear
whole
this.
life and putting home. This is Nano's. Also, in the last hours, we learned a bloody glove and a backpack have been found near Nancy Guthrie's home. This is Nanos announces to the world. Why does he keep talking? That the DNA found in the home, we believe is what he's trying to say, is, quote, mixed. And what does that mean? To Dave Mack, tell me about the bloody glove found by a couple near Nancy Guthrie's home over the weekend.
Yeah, and actually, Nancy, we got the news over the weekend, but this bloody glove was found on day 10 of the search. This couple from Tucson, just out on their own, like many thousands of people who have been looking for Nancy Guthrie, they find a pair of gloves about a mile or so away from Nancy Guthrie's home. The gloves are separated by about 10 feet.
From what I heard, initially when this couple tried to give the gloves turn them into the sheriff, they didn't take it seriously at first, from what I heard. As of right now, I really could care less what we discover as far as backpack and gloves anymore. I mean, it is a possibility that, you know, after hundreds and hundreds of people have searched this entire area, you know, within several amount of mile radiuses of Nancy's home, I highly doubt there's going to be a backpack that matches the suspect or gloves that we haven't found by now. So I think any other thing that we discover that could be items that pertain to the suspect, unless it's something like he really actually dropped, gloves or a backpack isn't going to do it for me anymore. So I think we need to stop getting so distracted on these things that we're finding, because like they said before, there's gloves, you know, you can find gloves all the time laying out there, you know, not to say that it's, you know, not, you know, a chance that it could be helpful to this investigation. Not only that, I have a big issue with the fact that there's so many tips, 40,000 tips from what I'm hearing, if not more. I feel like that's, not only is it overwhelming, but it's just terrible, because that means that there's a lot of people giving out tips that they shouldn't be giving out. And I get it, we're all out trying to do what we can as a community, but we know whether or not we're giving a valid tip or not. That's going to really be helpful pertaining to this whole investigation that's going on. So I don't think a lot of people thought that through as far as them giving tips, and I don't think that's helping them with this investigation. If anything, it's slowing it down.
The gloves appear to have blood on them. And one of the gloves is sitting next to a rock, and that rock also has a blood droplet on it. The gloves were found, and the couple reported it, did not get response from the FBI. They were like, can you come get these right now? We got bloody gloves near the scene. Didn't get any response from the FBI like they hoped, so they called the sheriff's department.
Yo, Maxwell, big welcomes, by the way.
That didn't get a quick enough response either. This couple, they're not law enforcement, Nancy. They're just a regular couple. So they called 911. Within 10 minutes, deputies were on the scene to collect the bloody gloves and the rock. That was a little over a mile from Nancy Guthrie's home. Then, breaking news now is that less than 2 miles away from Nancy Guthrie's home.
I'm trying to stay hopeful, Maxwell, but I really don't. I really don't, and I hate to be negative, and I'm not trying to let anybody down who's watching as far as, you know, what they believe. But I really don't feel like she's with us anymore, and I don't feel like she was with us the night that they went in her home and took Nancy out of her home. And I hate to say that, but it doesn't look good for me.
Is a fairly active homeless encampment. I didn't know this. I would have thought this would have been one of the many places searched right away. But in this arroyo, an area that has like a tunnel going through it, you know, the big metal cylinder that homeless people can get out of the weather, spend the night, a black backpack was found. This backpack was abandoned. There were 2 homeless people in this area when one of the searchers found it. Volunteer searchers, by the way, have been meeting in local retail parking lots to get together and decide where they're going to search. And that this backpack was found by one of these volunteer searchers. The volunteer did not touch the bag. The volunteer used a stick and called 911. Deputies came out and collected it. But thankfully, the volunteer recovered the backpack, didn't touch it, did not ruin any evidence. The area but we have volunteers looking for this stuff is covered up with really tough terrain, Nancy. A lot of cactus, a lot of bushes that will tear clothing. It's a difficult search. But again, we've got bloody gloves, blood on a rock, and now a backpack found not by law enforcement, but by volunteers who want to bring Nancy Guthrie home.
This video we're showing you is from friends at Fox 10. Dave Mack, was it one bloody glove found or two?
It was two. It was a pair of bloody gloves. They were found about 10 feet apart.
We are also learning from Nanos that the DNA found in...
That sounds logical, guys. That might just be, I mean, that sounds really logical pertaining to that being, you know, one of the suspects that, you know, if there was more than one, that went into Nancy's home that night. That definitely does fit the, you know, it fits the theory. It does, you know. You never know. You never know. But as far as this whole DNA thing going on, it's just everywhere for me. And it just doesn't seem like they're going to get anywhere. And if they do, and when they do, it's going to be a very, very long time. And by then, we'll be already moved on to something else, which, you know, nothing's going to stop us from coming back, because we're all going to come back and talk about this again. But it's just when. But I think a lot of people are just kind of getting overwhelmed with it. I believe CNN left the other day. I just kind of been in tune to JLR often. You know, a lot of us watch him live during the day. In front of Nancy's home, and I overheard that CNN was one of the ones that left. I think they left him a tent and some chairs. You know, I would have took it too. And I don't know who else left, but I know Brian Intit doesn't plan on going anywhere, as well as JLR anytime soon. I know he extended out another week. So yeah, man, a lot of these guys from the media are giving up, and then some just don't want to give up. You know, they feel like there's going to be something that cracks in this investigation, but something tells me this guy might just get away with this. You know, something tells me he might have got away with this, but at the same time, if you think about the stuff that has happened, like, you know, just for instance, the with the Range Rover being seized, it kind of makes you wonder whether or not they kind of got something going on that they might just deliver pretty soon to the world. That might just surprise us. This whole investigation has been so everywhere. It's so mind-boggling. It's so easy to overthink.
Guthrie's home was, quote, mixed. And joining us right now is an expert in DNA and DNA analysis. It's Susanna Ryan, lab director, forensic DNA analyst at Pure Gold Forensics. She is a forensic DNA consultant at Ryan Forensics, 25 years in the DNA business. Susanna, thank you for being with us. What does that mean? Nanos has announced it's mixed DNA. What obstacles does that present?
Well, it really doesn't surprise me. They're picking up what we call mixtures or mixed DNA. That means there's DNA from more than one person, could be multiple people. And so what happens when you have mixtures of DNA, it becomes very difficult to interpret the profiles and basically kind of piece out the different contributors, right? So you have this kind of jumble of DNA that, number one, might be too much of a mixture, cannot go into the CODIS database, and also becomes very difficult, if not impossible, to work with genealogical testing.
What do you make of the bloody gloves found out in the elements? How does that weigh into an analysis?
Well, I mean, is it really blood? Number one, sometimes things look like blood and it's not. Is it related to the scene or to the crime? Who knows? If it was found on the 10th day of this event, I can guarantee you they already have DNA results from that. Now, to your question about being out in the elements, that certainly can have an impact on DNA. But if it is blood, that's something that typically has a lot of DNA. Any kind of body fluid would have a lot of DNA and would take longer to break down to the point that we can't get results. So I would guess that they already have results from that and perhaps have determined that it's simply not relevant to the case or associated with the case.
Or if it is relevant, I'm sure they're not revealing that. To you, John Bueller, who came to the consciousness of the nation during the Scott Peterson prosecution, what do you make of finding it so many days in?
Well, that's a problem for me because there's no way to necessarily associate it with the crime. Just like anything that's coming up now, 3 weeks after she was abducted, it could have been dumped anytime in that 3 weeks and it's not even associated. But again, like we've talked many times, you can't ignore it because there's where the defense creates reasonable doubt. So you do have to collect it, but you do prioritize it whether or not you're going to put it in right away for DNA testing. You might have some other things that are more relevant that could lead to the abductors quicker than something that was found 3 weeks later.
And Dave Mack, you told me that the backpack was found near a homeless encampment?
It's actually in, I'm trying to think of the
So that backpack that they found wasn't the actual backpack, guys, just so you know. That wasn't the actual backpack, Although if there was a second guy, there is a chance that backpack, it could be a different backpack into play here. So, but that backpack wasn't the backpack from what I heard, just saying. I don't want to, don't quote me on it. I could be wrong, but from what I heard, that is not the backpack. And it wasn't a trail, whatever that backpack was called on his back, a trail archy backpack. Wasn't the bag. Wasn't the bag. That's not it. I heard a new search party is starting up, calling them the Kujan Army? The Kajan Army? I don't know how to say that. I heard tomorrow that there is going to be a big search as of tomorrow at some point in time that's supposed to take place. I heard it was tomorrow. If that's what you're talking about, maybe that's what I overheard. Let me know.
like in a culvert where you have a long pipe where homeless people, and this is in an area about 2 miles from Nancy Guthrie's home, a fairly large active homeless encampment. And when the backpack was discovered, it was discovered abandoned, and there were two homeless people.
The Cajun Army? I think it's Cajun. I don't know how to, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. I don't know who that is. I'll do some research on it. I'll figure it out. Or I'll figure it out somehow, some way, somewhere else. But I'll try to do some research on it while we're watching the video. And maybe something will come up on somebody's Twitter. Not too sure, but I think we'll figure that out tomorrow. Tiger says $2,500. The $2,500 that was added to the $200,000 reward is from a local Tucson Crime Stoppers. Thank you for that, by the way.
There, who actually were not there by the time police arrived. They skedaddled. So.
Okay, so bloody gloves. Backpack, I tend to think the backpack is not connected, but there's the other issue, Bueller, of finding articles that were overlooked, if they were there at the time, by searchers. That's sloppy. And number two, regarding sloppy searches, to take off your gloves as a searcher and throw them down on the ground. Why in the world, Bueller?
That's just dumb.
Well, I said this got me stumped along with many other things in life. But when it comes to things like this, I don't even know why a searcher is going to be wearing gloves unless you actually see something that's worthy of picking up. Then, of course, the best thing to do would be call the locals. Get the sheriff's office over there to recover the thing. But don't get involved in it yourself. If anybody who's ever worn latex gloves, they're not really very comfortable. Last week it was kind of chilly down there in the mornings, so of course you might wear regular, warmth gloves, something that's going to keep you warm. But as far as walking around doing a search wearing latex gloves, I can think of a lot of other things I'd rather be wearing than those because they're never comfortable. And disposing them is, I'm working day to day and doing things down here. I don't put latex gloves on very often. No real need to.
But it's irresponsible when you're searching for potential evidence from a kidnap and you contaminate the scene by throwing your own gloves down. So every searcher, if DNA is found, is going to have to be excluded. And that takes me back to DNA found in the home. Let's go out to Scott Eicher, as you know, joining us, digital forensics expert, founding member of the FBI Cellular Analysis Survey team. He is now a precision cellular analyst. Scott, the DNA at the scene that has been newly discovered is going to be subject to, if we ever do get to a trial, when and if, an intense cross-examination because it wasn't found originally by Nanos' team. I believe it was found by the FBI. That's going to lead to claims it was planted. But my theory, Iker, is that unlike, let's just go with O.J. Simpson, the victim's blood,
God, why
Dennis
is this
Brown,
guy
Ron
so
Goldman's blood,
stupid, man?
was on his socks.
I mean, this guy really makes our community just look like, I'm gonna just say it. He makes our community look like shit. Straight up. I mean, the fact that this started the way it started in the beginning, and he's willing to take the risk to prolong things in a very, very serious investigation that's going on, in the middle of us wondering whether or not a ransom is legitimate, and even if it isn't, he's obviously not taking it serious enough. I don't know, man. This guy, something ain't right. But I wouldn't, if I was him, I wouldn't jeopardize not being nominated again, unless he just no longer wants to be a sheriff anymore after this, or he's planning on making his way out. I guess he's got a lot of things going on. My man's at basketball games. He's got a reality TV show going on. I guess he plays no part in that, from what I heard, or he's playing a part in that, but it's just not going to have anything to do with Nancy. My Mr. Nanos has got a lot of going on right now, and it's quite frustrating because I feel like a long time ago, for something serious like this, he should have just handed this over to the FBI or whoever the next higher up team is that you hand it off over. That you handed off over to, should have been done. Now he's prolonging stuff by not sending it to the right place so we could get to the bottom of this sooner than later. This guy, I'm done with this guy, bro. I'm done.
Found in near his bed. He claimed successfully at trial, it was a lie of course, that blood evidence had been planted on his socks. But in this case, it's impossible because we don't have a suspect yet in order to plant his DNA. So that won't work. Even though it was found days into the investigation, once the FBI was finally invited in, there's no suspect to match it up to.
Yeah, we run into, I understand your question, and I do see that.
Yeah, which means they might have a suspect in mind that they're trying to match it up to. That may explain why they seized that Range Rover as well. Who knows? It's just so everywhere, it's hard to tell. I feel like, to answer what you're saying, Tiger, because Tiger said someone said the FBI still is not being given control. I feel like no matter what, whether they're given control or not, they're still the ones driving this train. And the only reason why I say that is because they're the ones who have the tools, the technology, and the stuff that we need to make this whole thing start moving forward. The sheriff do not have the tools that the FBI has to get the chains moving, as far as us finding Nancy and our suspect. But I'm at a point in this whole entire thing where in order to find Nancy, we obviously have to find our suspect first. We're not going to be able to go digging around and just stumble across something. We're just trying to get lucky here. And I just feel like this guy was smart enough to not bury her somewhere out here to be discovered. And I feel like if she were to be buried somewhere, it would be in his backyard. And who knows how crazy this guy is, and I hate to even I hate to talk like this because it just sounds crazy, but I would only hope that these guys didn't chop her body up. And I hate to say this, guys. I don't want to think that's what happened. But I would hate to say that, her body's chopped up somewhere and somehow he was able to dispose of her body somehow. Because that would obviously only make it easier for someone to dispose of a body. But that's besides the point. I don't even want to think about that. But again, I just don't think that Nancy would be buried somewhere out here. Although it's been long enough for him to find a place to bury her that there's not really a lot of places in Tucson, Arizona, for me, that I could think of, being a local here, that I would go and bury someone. Not to say there's not a lot of places that you can't go bury someone. I just don't think there's a lot of places that you can go bury someone to the point where they won't be discovered ever. And you know what they say when somebody gets buried, like in a graveyard, an actual graveyard, 6 feet under, right? I don't know how long that would take, but I think that would take a good amount of time for 2 men to dig a 6-foot hole. But that's just me. I don't know. But I like I said, if I'm going to bury somebody, it's going to be in my backyard. Straight up. I'm not going to bury her somewhere out here where I feel like there's more of a chance of somebody discover her. I feel like a person would have more of a chance of getting away with it burying that person in my backyard. Not to say that someone might not just come in my backyard because they believe they've got tips that I might be the suspect, that they're not going to go back there digging around, which could kind of make it not, it could go either way, but for me, that's how I'm thinking about it, even though I would never do it anyway.
The aspect here of finding that DNA a little bit later is going to cause some questions at trial. It's going to be brought up by the defense, but you got to deal with what you have, right? If something happened that they didn't collect it, later on they learn some new information, they go back into the house and collect it. As long as it's documented correctly and photographed and all that, that stuff is going to be able to come into court. There's going to be arguments about it, but it'll later come into court.
Hi, guys. Nancy Grace here.
Yeah, Maxwell, I could believe that theory that you're saying. He says the night before when he walked up to the camera was the test to see if the cameras were disabled. I guess I could agree with that, because a lot of people's Ring cameras don't work. And if you're someone like me who does a lot of Instacart, I've done many orders Instacart, and I got to be honest, there's a lot of Ring cameras that don't work. And, you go up to somebody's camera, a lot of times it don't go off. And then other times, every now and again, I'll go up to a camera and you'll hear that snapshot, of that camera taking a picture of you, or it'll ring and say something. Some of them are programmed to say something to you when you're approaching the camera. So, but a lot of people's Ring cameras don't work, man. I'll go ring their doorbell and nothing.
Here, between the grocery store and insurance premiums, even with a steady job, more families are being forced to rely on high-interest credit cards just to cover expenses. If you're a homeowner carrying balances with interest rates in the 20s, it's time to get relief. American Financing is helping homeowners pay off debt at rates in the low.
CMP 53154 says, hate to bring it up, but if the body was left on the surface, there would be plenty of animal activity and bone scatter. Yeah, we got the coyotes, we got the javelinas. That's a high possibility that there would definitely be some bone scatter had that been the case, for sure. No doubt about it. No one talks about the worst case scenario, but they make more sense than any other. Less bad theory at this point. Indeed, High Tea Club. I hate to be negative and hate to think down like that, but at this point, come on. I'm just trying to figure out how we got the leader of a cartel, but we can't ask any questions. We can't get no answers to dismiss whether or not we think Nancy's in Mexico somewhere. Come on, man. Maybe I'm just overthinking it. I'm overthinking it. I'm sorry.
Separate the DNA in order to analyze it. And then I assume it's going to be put into CODIS. I believe that's already been tried. We didn't get a hit. Now put into genetic genealogy databanks. Tell me how that's going to happen.
All right, so when you have a mixture, we used to use what we call manual interpretation. We just looked at the profile, we tried to determine, is there someone that's contributing more of the DNA or less of the DNA, and sort of piece those individuals apart. That's not always possible. We have some new tools called probabilistic genotyping. So these are software programs, and they are, they are able to do computations and do the analysis much quicker than a DNA analyst could do manually. So they're able to, the software programs can look at up to 5-person mixtures and help sort of what we call deconvolute, but that doesn't always happen. When you have that many people, you simply many times cannot completely separate.
What do they mean, that many people? Come on, man. They're playing around, dude. There's not that many people that have been in Nancy. How many people have been in Nancy Guthrie's home? How many people then? Besides the FBI, the amount of FBI's and sheriffs, did they leave some DNA behind in there? Is that what we're getting confused? Because last time I checked, I thought we were professional and I thought we were able to separate this type of stuff. I mean, I would only think that they would enter the home without leaving any DNA, going into a home that's under investigation for a potential kidnapping or murder, possibly. I mean, why? I don't see why there's so many. Even if it's mixed DNA, there shouldn't be that many people to factor this from as far as whose DNA it is. And if we're gonna do it in a genealogy way, then let's do it. Let's get started. Let's get to it. And it shouldn't. I don't think it should take that long. It's 2026. Our technology is far more better than it was before. So what's taking so long, and why is it going to take so long? It's not like there were hundreds of people during the time that Nancy was abducted from her home. So what really is the deal here?
Break them out. Now, if you had a suspect that you could do a direct comparison to, that's where those probabilistic genotyping programs really shine. Where
I'm overthinking it.
Make use of all of the data.
Okay, hold on. You said 5. What about 2? How about 2 mixed DNAs? How hard is that?
Much easier. Easier to separate out 2 people's DNA. Not always possible if they're contributing about the same amount. So if you had a mixture that's 50-50 of 2 people, it can be, and you don't know, you don't have the profile of any of the other possible contributors, it can be very difficult. And it can be...
Okay, we know or we hope that this has been sent to Othram Labs, run by the Middlemans. Their expertise is amazing. They cracked the Brian Kohberger case. They cracked the Rachel Morin case, where an illegal immigrant came into our country from El Salvador, running from a murder charge there. He comes here, sex assaults a minor girl in her own home, is caught on cam leaving. Then he pops up to sex assault and murder Rachel.
New subscriber, Criminal Network, big welcomes, man. Thanks for the sub tonight, man. Much love, bro. Thank you.
Morin on the Ma and Pa trail. That case, amongst many others. So hopefully, Nano sent the DNA there. Their expertise is in minuscule amounts of DNA.
Wait, where are you getting that information from? I can't pronounce your name. I think it says my QNAP Nas 5195. Man, welcome, bro. He says that looks like Carlos the DoorDasher. He had a swollen hand too. Where are you getting that from? Because I never heard that Carlos had a swollen hand at all. But I did discover that Luke had a swollen hand, that's for sure, because we just looked at that earlier.
Graded DNA, such as DNA out in the elements or mixed with mud. Mixed DNA, such as what we've got here. The DNA is going on right now. It will then be put into, as we said, a genetic genealogy database. So we're waiting. In the meantime, what does Lululemon have to do with this? Well, keep your eyes peeled. Control room, please show the Lululemon insignia. Okay, Dave Mack, what does this have to do with Nancy Guthrie?
Well, apparently the person seen on the Nest door camera trying to put, weeds over it, this appears on the left sleeve cuff there of the jacket, apparently. I say apparently because I didn't know that Lululemon had something that men would wear. And I think this person, Lululemon, sorry.
Lululemon, Dave Mack. You're the investigative reporter. Trot on down to the mall and figure out how to say it. Lululemon. I think where you're going with this is that you didn't know they had men's clothing. You thought it was just for 8th grade girls. They do have men's clothing. John Bueller. When my daughter was going to a birthday party and the little girl wanted a pair of Lululemon tights, they were $90. And that was like 4 years ago. So, what perp is wearing an 8th grade girl Lululemon outfit? Who is this?
Well, pretty stylish guy, at least among the people I run around with, so I could see him doing that. But sloppy. Why would you have anything like this being out there, whether it's the reflective strips on the shoulder straps of the backpack, being able to turn to be able to determine what it is. Anything like that that's going to be able to be determined by detectives is sloppy work. But again, it might suggest that he didn't do a good job casing, or whoever told him about the residence didn't tell him that there was that Nest camera in front, which supports him having to go out and get some weeds to try and cover the thing up because he's surprised when he first sees it. So not the faculty of Stanford here with these guys doing this thing, but again, it's still one of those events that I think the crime backfired on him.
This is why I go back to telling you guys that we were misinformed based on the picture that they shown of the guy that appears to have his backpack off at one point, of the actual suspect that we've been seeing in the video in front of Nancy's home the night she was abducted. I feel like that might have just been the same night. That's why I'm saying that we were misinformed based on it being 2 different nights, because someone logically that is checking on something before they rob the place or before they kidnap someone, they're peeping the scene before they do any type of crime, is going to go prepared, and they're not going to act surprised as if, oh, I didn't know this was here, let's grab some shrub and cover it up. I don't feel like that was the case, and I feel like that might have been after she was abducted at that time, just because of the fact of the way they took their time. But I could be wrong, but it just seems like they didn't have anything to worry about. I mean, if he had enough time to take a piece of shrub, it didn't seem like time was a factor. And at least that's how he made it look.
My real fear is that she might not have survived the abduction because of the circumstances that we have this far along. And now what do you do? And if
The Juice, did you see the 2 people in the suspect video? You're talking about the criminal. I'm sorry, not the criminal. Oh my God, I'm reading your name. You're talking about the 2 guys that were detained the night of the raid.
That might be one of the reasons one of them hasn't.
That's what you do. Before you opine anymore and go down that avenue, let's review the evidence and how we can move the investigation forward. To you, Iker, you and I have talked about the FBI, let's just say fiber and textile database. It's compiled from so many cases where you analyzed clothing fiber, carpet fiber, all sorts of clothing that has been used in various crimes for years back. We're looking at a guy that shops at Walmart because we know the Ozark hiking backpack. We know he likely, and jump in, Dave Mack, if I've got any of this wrong. Everybody, please don't wait on me to call on you. The polyester holster, not typically used for a revolver, not typically used for a semi-automatic. You can see the clasp over for the hammer. That said, that's sold at Walmart, and very few of them in the Tucson area. Just 2 had it available at the time that Nancy went missing. You've got the backpack, you've got the polyester holster, you have the ski mask, a similar one is sold at Walmart. Some people call it a balaclava. You have the jacket, you got the pants, you got the shoes, you got the walkie-talkie. So, Scott Eicher, we're looking for a guy that has all of those things. Now, to top it all off, the cherry on top of the sundae is the Lululemon jacket, the Lululemon cuff. So, how does the FBI go about putting all of that clothing together and finding it? It would be a gift from heaven.
I'm not seeing it either.
If the guy bought several pieces of it on the same receipt. But what if he didn't buy it in brick and mortar? What if he bought it online?
Yeah, I mean, that'd be great to find a suspect or several suspects that bought all these items at a Walmart all at the same time, right? Wouldn't that be perfect? But that's probably not the way it's going to happen. They could have bought it separately. They could have had a girlfriend buy it. They could have, bought it online. And when we deal with the online stuff, that's a whole nother world, right? You're going to have to get Amazon's cooperation. You're going to have to give them a search warrant. You're going to have, and hopefully they can give you a list of how many thousands of people that might have bought these specific items. So, whether it's brick or mortar or where it's Amazon.
Stop right there. Stop. Of course they've given them a warrant. Okay, let's just jump ahead, please. So they've given a warrant to Amazon. They've given a warrant to Walmart. But can't you see, wouldn't you agree that it would be limited to the Tucson area, not everybody in the world that bought these items? For Pete's sake, well, of course, we had Kohberger in our sights before they did the Amazon search. So that made cracking Kohberger's Amazon search easy. We don't have a perp yet. But it can be limited to the first Tucson, then going out, who could have ordered at least one or more of these items. Come on. You've got the walkie-talkie. You've got the backpack. Right there. You've got the jacket, the balaclava.
It would be great if we could find it.
You see where I'm going with this, Eicher?
I'm not seeing
Throw
it,
me a
man.
bone.
I'm not seeing
I
it.
do. I do.
It just doesn't. It's not feeling like we're gonna find this guy. It's just not feeling like we're any closer than we were in the beginning. It says no, on the actual video, when you go frame for frame with the shrubbery and the camera, you see a camera going down the right side. And you were referring to two people in the suspect video. He says Luke is involved. Figuring out the rest of the accomplices have been difficult to find. Yeah, that's why I say there's no way they were able to get, first of all, a warrant from the judge for them to send SWAT out there to invade that home. Not only that, they were able to pull that car over that night, that they took the Range Rover and seize that vehicle. That also was ordered from the judge. They were able to get the judge. They were able to convince the judge based on whatever they had, the evidence that they had at the moment in time. And obviously it was valid enough evidence for them to move forward to grant them, whatever that they were asking for. Whether that was raiding that home that night or seizing that vehicle, they got all rights to do that. And it was, in order, for them to obviously do that, it was granted to the judge. That's what's crazy to me. It ain't making no sense. That's why I say Luke definitely is involved. Like I was almost for certain on Tommaso in the beginning, and I apologize for that because I can't imagine what Tommaso and his family are going through. I still can't let go of the fact that I think Tommaso and Annie there's a possibility that they have something to do with it. But at the same time, I almost want to even let that part of it go. Because I just been kind of looking at the videos, kind of trying to get to know them without actually getting to know them. But that's very hard to do when someone doesn't really speak to the public very much, which I mean, I think that's what they're supposed to do in a situation like this right now. I mean, although that's what we really want. We want them to talk to us so that we can criticize them even more than we have with them not talking. Just imagine how much more they're going to get criticized if they do come out and speak, though. Juice, do you know about the 911 call dispatcher from 301, same night, blue vehicle, no plates? I think I did watch that video the other day. If I know what you're talking, if I think we're talking about the same video.
Remember this?
That was actually one video. It was a very interesting video. I thought that I wanted to watch as well, but I wasn't certain if I was gonna have enough time to watch it with you guys, and I didn't know. I just didn't want to overwhelm everyone with a whole bunch of different videos, because this thing has been everywhere, and I'm trying to be more organized and not be everywhere, but you really can't, because this whole thing has just been everywhere, and it's just been such a flippy floppy story. Well, it's so easily, it's so easy to overthink stuff in the story. There was a very, very interesting video that night, and I think, was it a Highlander, Honda, or something like that? Is that what you're referring to? And I know was it Dad's Gone Live that was the one who discovered the vehicle, and then he made that 911 call that night? But I think that post came from someone else, and I don't remember who was the one who made that post, because I was trying to figure out who it was. Did Dad's Gone Live? He must have got off for the night, too. If you want to send me that link so I could pull up the video, that'd be great, if we're talking about the same video. Because I don't know. I can't remember. I had it pulled up, and then somehow, some way, I had exited out of the video, or I think one of my kids, while I was gone, ended up just exiting it out of my stuff that I had lined up for the night, the other night, because I was going to go live, and then I ended up not going live.
It's still a massive investigation, no matter if it's just bought in Tucson, or then you got to start, as you said, going further out from Tucson. And how far do you go?
It's like 40 seconds.
And it's really just...
People try to say it was fake, but it's valid. Hold on. Let me backtrack. Warrant needs to be more specifically than our dear Nancy is discussing. Or, not, that's not what he said. I don't know what you mean, CMP. Did you mean to say specified? It could be that Luke didn't go inside. Maybe he just the driver, so they didn't get his DNA inside. He's very much so not a driver because his hand was swollen. He very much so went into that house that night. And I could be wrong. Nancy could have still been conscious when she got out of the car, and, maybe Luke put his hands on her then. If that's what happened. Or Luke heard himself breaking into the home, even though a lot of us have learned that there was really force of entry based on, the pictures that we've seen of the back door. Because a lot of us, for a moment in time, we were trying to figure out whether or not there was any force of entry in the back. But who knows? Dad's my boy. Yeah, man, I like the guys that I've never heard of before until they came to my city, and they've been, kind of investigating this whole Nancy Guthrie thing. I appreciate what they do. It takes some money to do what they do, actually, by the way. Just traveling from city to city or state to state it's insane, bro. But yeah, I can't thank those guys enough for their work. JLR too, as well as Brian. There's a lot of other guys out here I don't know about too that are out here trying to help out the community. CMP says, notice that there is evidence inside the house which tells what caused the injury, but has not been released. What do you mean? What evidence in the house that caused the injury, though? Like, what are you referring to that caused the injury? He also hurt his hand breaking the floodlight on an earlier visit. I've never heard these. I never heard this. Interesting.
Depends. And when you're dealing with Amazon, where was it delivered? Was it delivered to Tucson? Do they live in Phoenix? Anything like that. You got to start with a large database and start whittling it down. And it's a lot of grunt footwork, too.
I'll tell you where I would start. You know where I would start? Where that Google search was on Google Trends. That was the person was looking for, we think, Savannah Guthrie's salary and Nancy Guthrie's home address. I would start in that area. Thoughts?
Oh, that's definitely true.
I mean, do I have to spoon feed you, Iker?
I'm trying, girl. I'm trying.
Wait a minute, Tiger. Hold on, man. Y'all don't. I don't want to. We only want the facts here. So I hope y'all ain't just saying stuff. But I don't think you guys are. But he said, "Oh damn." Tiger says, "Oh damn, I didn't know that about Nancy's blood inside the engine starting." Who said that? Wait, what? I heard about the broken lamp in the entryway. Like I said, somebody mentioned that on JLR stream the other day, and you know he had speculations whether or not that was true. It turns out later on, you know, a lot of people are saying that it was true, but again, I think that's just a speculation. No one's really came out and said, you know, whether or not that was 100% true. But I believe that because it just fits it, and it just would only make more sense. Yeah, I think High T. I think that blue Malibu was a initially he thought it was a fake call, and he was saying something about how the lady said something. I remember. I think that ended up being a Honda Highlander or something like that. A Highlander. If I could find the video, we'll watch that video because I thought that was a pretty interesting video. CMP, it wasn't blood splatter though. From what I heard, the drops that we saw on Nancy's front porch were the same drops that they were saying that were the same. The drops looked the same as they were outside, inside. It was a blue Dodge. Man, send me that link, man, so we can watch that video. If you can find it, put that link in here. Eventually I'll have my Discord up here and stuff so people can send me like or even my email so some people can send me some links a little easier.
Hi guys, Nancy Grace here. Please join us on Crime.
Guys, I think Luke is the guy. I think he's one of the guys. I think he's the key to this whole thing. I could be wrong, but I'm gonna stick with that. Just because I feel it just fits. It just does. And like I said, I think that's our guy. I really do. I don't know what I just did to my screen. Oh, okay, we're good. I don't know how I did that. But I 100% think Luke is our guy. I mean, I think he's a part of, a big part of cracking this whole thing. But as we all seen in movies, a lot of these guys, they won't make the arrest. They won't do anything until they have enough evidence to really crack this guy and put this guy down for a very long time. You know, you don't want to find something small and lock him down for a little short amount of time. I think they want to be able to hit him hard. And I actually was watching a video about Luke earlier, and I think it was on Live Court TV, and they I believe were leaning in the same direction that I was. But they seemed a little iffy about it. But it did say that 37-year-old Luke Daly and his 77-year-old mother were both removed from their home 2 miles away from the Guthrie's home. This is the house that was detained. And this was in the evening hours of February 13th. And it says, Daly's authorities in other unrelated criminal cases And it says Chris Scalepi, I don't know. Scalepsi, I don't know how to pronounce his name. He issued the following statement to 12 News. And it says Scalepi, or whatever his name is, law can confirm that Luke Daly, or Dale, was the subject of 2 search warrants issued and served on February 13, 2026. It says Mr. Dale and his mother were both detained by law enforcement while the search warrants were being executed. Neither Mr. Dale nor his mother were arrested in connection to this case or any other. Mr. Dale has no link whatsoever to Nancy Guthrie's and has no information related to her kidnapping, like the entire Tucson community. Both Mr. Dale and his mother are hopeful that Nancy will be returned to her family unharmed. I'm wondering if they just told this guy that just so he wouldn't leave town. You know, cops are good for lying to people. I would have lied too, just because if I think he's a big potential suspect, I would have lied too. I would have been like, you know what? You don't have nothing to do with this, bro. But at the end of the day, that guy looks just like that guy. He looks just like the guy. Although we could be wrong. You know, it could be a different guy. But I feel like right now, besides initially Tommaso being the best possible suspect, we're getting closer. It doesn't even matter. We're getting closer. Whether or not we're going to be able to crack this thing and figure it out, I don't know. But I feel like they're definitely getting closer. But then again, it's like, I don't know, man. This guy got away with it. At the same time, it's like this dude got away with it.
Stories and stream it first on Fox 1. When breaking crime news develops, we investigate it and bring it to you. Bombshell updates, answers to unanswered questions from cases making the headlines and cases you may never have heard of until Crime Stories. We go inside investigations with exclusive interviews, crime victims, families seeking justice, investigators, experts, and sources from within the case itself. Stay on top of the nation's biggest trials with us, including gavel-to-gavel coverage with real-time analysis. Crime Stories with Nancy Grace. Stream it first on Fox 1. I hope to see you there, and
So I guess you
are in this, the FBI, and they're still looking for help. They're looking for tips. They're looking for videos. They're looking for something. Makes no sense. How could that guy
Oh man, I'm sorry. I didn't know y'all couldn't hear me.
be that elusive?
I didn't really say much. I was just saying that Luke seems like he could be our guy, and I'm sticking to my theory. And I feel like if I'm right, it doesn't matter. I know I'm right. Maybe I'm not, but I'm just saying if Luke is our guy, I mean he has to be. And all I was trying to do at the moment in time right now was just screenshot that picture of that swollen hand, and I was saying that hand, because Monk was the one who pointed it out, and he goes by the Monk. I just call him Monk. That's his name. You can look him up. He'll pop up on YouTube. But he has all these interesting theories that he points out based on the whole Nancy Guthrie investigation. But Monk was the one who had pointed it out, and ever since then, I don't feel like I'm just convinced that that's the guy. Like I can't think of anyone else being the guy. I don't know how my mic turned off. That was really weird, by the way. I don't see how this is not the guy. I mean, that hand, it just fits this whole thing that's going on perfectly. And it looks like he beat the living hell out of somebody with that hand. Your hand don't just get swollen like that. But I didn't say much. Y'all didn't miss much at all. I was just trying to screenshot the picture so that that way I have it. Because I don't think I saw that on Google. I'm gonna get one more screenshot real quick. I don't think I saw that on Google. Another thing that I mentioned, if you guys missed it, I just wanted to elaborate on a few things in this video from Court TV. I like this guy. He's always got some interesting things that he points out. He seems pretty factual with the information that he presents on his platform. So I like watching his videos.
And that good at kidnapping. It doesn't make sense to me. But here we are. Here we are. So there's been...
Y'all hear me now? My bad. Nah, I just wanted, all I was saying too as well is we'll just kind of as we chat, we'll watch this guy, a little bit of his video before I hop off.
More information about that. Remember last weekend they raided a house.
Sorry about that, by the way. I don't know how I turned on my mic. I must have turned it off and then I don't know. That's how you know I'm getting tired.
2 people were in that Range Rover. It was pulled over. They were detained. They were released, but the Range Rover was seized. Like, what led to the warrant to seize the Range Rover? What led to the warrant to go inside of that house? Well, we're getting at least some confirmation now about the driver of that car. And this is from 12 News. 37-year-old Luke Daly and his 77-year-old mother were both removed from their home 2 miles away from Guthrie's home in the hours of February 13th. Daly's attorney in other unrelated criminal cases, Chris Cellular, issued the following statement. Cellular Law can confirm that Luke Daly was the subject of 2 search warrants issued and served on February 13th, 2026. Mr. Daly and his mother were both detained by law enforcement while the search warrants were being executed. Neither Mr. Daly nor his mother were arrested in connection to this case or any other. Mr. Daly has no link whatsoever to Nancy Guthrie and has no information related to her kidnapping. Like the entire Tucson community, both Mr. Daly and his mother are hopeful that Nancy will be returned to her family unharmed. And the 2 warrants, one was for the car, one was for the home. One was for the Range Rover, the other's for the home. So what, again, something led them there, right? So they had to get there somehow. Is this dead in the water at this point? Like, the lawyer's just putting it to bed. Like, of course, that's what he's going to say, even if the person was involved, but the person wasn't arrested. But they took his truck. They went in the house. Let's bring in our think tank. Joining me tonight, former sex crimes prosecutor Stacey Honowitz. Also with us, criminal defense attorney Sidney Rushing, and finally, trial attorney Marlo Greer is here as well. Great to see everyone. Big picture here. Is any of this making sense to you, Stacey?
No, I mean, we've discussed this in the past. Nothing makes sense in this case. And unfortunately, what we keep seeing is these leads that turn into nothing.
Exactly. We just keep having leads that turn into nothing. A bunch of leads that turn into nothing and turn into nothing and turn into nothing. My man Berto says you've been muted for 5 minutes, bro. That's just sad. That's just sad, man. I hate that, man. It just makes me feel unprofessional. I've been streaming for like 5-6 years. I stopped for 2 out of the 5 or 6 years that I've been streaming. Oh, by the way, guys, I think it was yesterday. I really needed to go live because yesterday was my 6-year anniversary on YouTube. I would have way more subscribers, but I stopped for like 3. I want to say 3 years. I only streamed for like 3, and then I stopped for like 3 years. If you ever get into YouTube, I like to give advice too because it's good. You know, we don't only have to just talk about Nancy when I get on live. But if you start streaming, don't stop. Don't stop. Just keep going. If you get on and you got 2 views, you got 3 views, ignore it. Act like you got 300 or 3,000. Whatever makes you feel like you're doing something. Keep doing it. You'll get there. Right now, I got, how many people we got tuned in right now? We got 60 people. That's nothing. Absolutely nothing. I'm happy with my 60. I don't care for 600. That means I got a lot of work to do and I got a lot of growing to do. It's fine. It is overwhelming if one night you get on, you got 600, and then tomorrow you get on and you only got like 60 viewers, 5 viewers. That means something got to change. Keep doing your homework, keep working, you'll get there. Yo, Melissa, what's up? Big welcomes, by the way. Yeah, man, 6 years, Tiger. 6 years, man. Thanks, I appreciate it. What's up, man? We got a sub, Melissa. Yo, thanks for the sub, man. I appreciate it, yo. Big welcomes, by the way.
But, you know, Vinny, very early on, we were talking about why it's so important that the public, that we keep it in the press because the public has an interest. And most of the time, a lot of these cases, it's the public that's helping to generate these leads. Maybe they know something, maybe they have a tip. And as a result of this tip or this lead, you need the manpower to go and investigate each one. And that's what the issue is here. There are thousands upon thousands of tips in this case, but is the manpower there? We know we have the sheriff's office and we've got the FBI, but is that enough to track down all of these things that are coming in? So when you ask the question, does this make sense? Of course it doesn't. We're 2.5 weeks in with nothing. And so every single day we are waiting and waiting for something to come to fruition. But right now, we thought the DNA was maybe going to be a hit with CODIS. That's, right now that's gone. That didn't amount to anything.
Hey, I don't think the screen is delayed. I think I'm just late to. I was just late to reply. I try to get back to most of the comments.
The case has to keep going, and they have to keep relying on the public.
But I'm keeping an eye on the screen, making sure it's not delayed.
Any
I think we're
information
good.
that they might have.
We're getting close to 3 weeks here, Sydney. And there's a lot of law enforcement power being invested.
Let's see if it was delayed. Let's just check real quick. See, man, that got me stopping in the middle of the. Well, we're almost done anyway. But let me just check now. See, now we gotta check. So now we gotta look and make sure we're not delayed. Let's go to the stream, guys. Oh man. We're gonna hear ourselves for a second.
All of these things that are coming in. So when you ask the question, does this make sense? Of course it doesn't. We're 2.5 weeks in with nothing. And so every single day we are waiting and waiting for
We're gonna go back.
Really tough terrain, Nancy.
God, why is this
Brown
guy
on
so
Goldman's
stupid,
blood
man?
Was on his socks.
Nah, we're not delayed.
At
I mean,
some
this guy
point.
really makes our community just look like. I'm gonna just say it. He makes our community look. My voice is matching up. Everything's matching up. It's a line. Nothing's
with
delayed.
nothing. And so every
we're good.
single day we are waiting and waiting.
I just had to make sure because somebody was saying I was a little bit delayed, and I like to make sure I'm not delayed. But nah, it's on point. It's not delayed. I would know. I've been streaming long enough to know when I'm delayed, and I would know if my words that I'm saying aren't matching up with, my mouth, and they're not. Yeah, that would be. But I don't think it could happen that way. It could be delayed where I'm lagging and then I'm saying things, but the screen isn't moving. That's possible, but and maybe I'm tripping. Maybe I am delayed and I don't see it. But I don't think we're delayed, guys.
With no results yet, do you think what happened here with the Range Rover and the home is the beginning of something or a dead end?
So I think it's the beginning of something. So just because the attorney says that they have not been arrested in connection with this, that doesn't mean they've been cleared of it. Obviously, they've taken in the vehicle. They're going to be doing, data or DNA searching on that and all kinds of, searches. Same thing with the house. But just because they haven't issued charges yet doesn't mean that they're...
Whose car? No, they took her car. Nancy's car was taken and they haven't brought it back yet, if you're talking about Nancy's car. They also took Annie's car as well. Annie Tomaso's car was taken. She says they walked, they knew her, and they took her in her car. No, they didn't take her in her car. But remember, they took Nancy's car about 3 or 4 days into the investigation, I want to say, somewhere around there.
They're completely clear. They may not have enough to arrest them at this time, but again, after putting, all these things together, they may come up with enough probable cause to arrest them. This could lead to somewhere. But again, like you said, we're almost 3 weeks in. There's all of this manpower going in, and we have nothing. They have nothing to go on. I think that's making this very difficult.
And I think about what it wasn't just a home here, Marlo. It was a home and the Range Rover. So I'm wondering if maybe the Range Rover...
By the way, guys, I wanted to run something by you guys real quick. I wanted to see what y'all think about this because I was just kind of sitting around and I was thinking, right? And I was like, how long does a person have to be missing to be declared dead? So I was like, you know what? I want to Google this. So I Googled it up. And it says a missing person is generally declared legally dead after 7 years of continuous, unexplained absence according to many legal standards and Social Security administrations. So this period can be reduced to a few months if evidence suggests the person was in immediate, whatever. Like they had to die to a plane crash or like a sinking a vessel or a natural disaster. But I guess in some cases there's a 7-year rule. Or there's cases where a judge can pretty much say that they're, you know, that person is no longer here. So, because I was wondering, you know, how long does Nancy have to go missing before us to declare her actually dead? You know, at what point you going to stop holding on to the fact that she's alive and somewhere out here? You know, we got to be honest, bro. A lot of people in this age don't live to be 100 anymore. So with that being said, someone 84, I'm not talking about Nancy, we're just talking in general. Someone 84 doesn't have much life left to live. Not to say that Nancy wasn't going to live to be 100 or beyond 100 years old, but logically speaking, based on how the world is today, we know once upon a time people lived to be 600 and 1,000 years old. But now in time, most people don't make it to see 100 years old. And I think knowing that makes it a little bit more easier to deal with. No one wants to get killed. You know, I would love to, you know, that's how I plan on spending my time with my mother, is living up to her dying days. I don't want for her to have to suffer. No one wants anyone to suffer on their way out, you know, but it does make it a little bit easier to deal with, knowing that she did live a lot of her life. But on the flip side, I'm obsessed with this whole thing because I really do want this dude to get caught. Because who takes an 84-year-old lady? Like, for real. Who really takes an old lady? Like, bro, really? That's just so dumb to me.
Or maybe it was out the morning that she disappeared, and maybe it drove through.
I think a smarter guy, and it's wrong and as terrible as this sound, I think a smarter guy would have been better off taking one of Savannah's children, one of Tommaso's children. If that's why I'm like, forget the ransom. This was never a ransom. This was just a distraction. And I'm not gonna lie, like, let's keep it real. We gotta blame Harvey for that. Like, Harvey, you was wrong for putting that out in the first place. And this distraction really, really hurt and impacted the investigation in the first place. I think initially, I guess it was Savannah who put this ransom thing out, but it made it much worse once Harvey entertained it, and he continuously entertained it. It wasn't just a one-time thing.
The neighborhood or past the neighborhood, and that was part of the reason for this stop. Do you think that's possible? Because it was a vehicle and a home.
Well, I think what also doesn't make sense is Range Rover guy going to shop at Walmart. I mean, there is a Target, right, in Pima County, but you're right, none of it makes sense. The only thing that you could think of is going back to the public and the neighborhood. It could have just been a neighbor tip that said, hey, there's this guy down the street. He's kind of creepy. I think he has a criminal background. Maybe you should check into him. And so
oh my God, Tiger, dude. I gotta agree, and I'm sorry guys, I keep stopping the video, but a lot of y'all have a lot of good things to say tonight, so y'all are provoking this. But listen, I couldn't agree with you for 100%, and that's not even what I didn't even think about that at all. But Harvey should be in jail because he put himself in the middle of this, and I feel like he should be held accountable just as the guy that was, you know, trying to act like he knew something about the, you know, the disappearance, trying to act like he knew the suspects. You know, the fact that I just think at any point in time, if you're playing a role and impacting this investigation, it should be illegal. To the point where you're just giving tips. If you're going to give a tip, you're going to not only just, you know, you're not only going to be most likely anonymous, but not only that, you're for someone like Harvey who has a lot of information like that, you're gonna just pass it down to the FBI, not present it to the world and then tell us that you gave it to the FBI. That ain't how it works, bro. And not only that, you're putting Nancy more at risk. Little do you know, you're putting her more at risk. I don't think in the ransom, when they sent him the ransom, that it said, do not say this on your platform. I don't think it said any of that, or there were any instructions based on how they wanted it presented to the world. And I don't think TMZ would have been my best platform to choose if I was going to make an announcement through somebody. TMZ would be the last person I would think of, because there's so many misleading things that TMZ presents to the world. They would be the last person in my mind, because there's a bunch of TMZ stuff that's put out that turns out to not be true. So you have to be careful with TMZ based on the facts that they give you, because a lot of the times, and many times, we've been misled by TMZ, for sure.
Do some digging and potentially get that warrant, take the Range Rover away, and they're going to take a while to search it. We don't know what's going to happen after they search it, but it really could just be as simple as that, is that they're looking for people to narrow down near the neighborhood.
Hey, Melissa, I'm sorry for your loss, by the way.
Why her? Why go to her house? She's 84 years old. So is this a crime of opportunity where there's somebody that knows her in the neighborhood, and somebody else, another neighbor, gave a tip and said, hey, this dude's weird. Check him out.
Now, more information from...
Vinny. Oh, sorry.
I have some more information for you. I'm going to serve it right up
God,
to you, Stacey.
dude.
Luke Daly, this is according to 12 News, Luke Daly, the same man we're talking about here, may be a familiar name to law enforcement in southern Arizona, served a 1.5-year prison sentence, 2019 to 2020, for solicitation of drugs, criminal damage, and flight from law enforcement convictions. Then in 2022, arrested, later convicted of drug distribution charges, sentenced to 4 years of probation, arrested again in early 25 by Marana police in possession of fentanyl and a gun. A probation officer has filed to revoke his probation, but a judge allowed him to continue on probation in the community. Luke Daly's DNA would be in CODIS because of his prior criminal history. There have been 0 confirmed DNA matches from any of the evidence collected. And to me, that's a big deal, right? This is someone who has a record, so his DNA would be a match if they have DNA they're running against. His would.
Very interesting question in the chat right here, by the way. Tiger says, where the hell is Luke getting Range Rover money? I don't know why I thought about that before I got on live tonight, but I was like thinking to myself, why didn't they say anything? Since the owner apparently spoke out and he said he's been somewhere else in another country since 2019, why didn't he say anything? Or do we even know anything in regards to how he bought that Range Rover? Was it financed? Was it bought cash? Did he just buy it outright somehow? What does Luke do for a living? Like, what does this guy do? But I could look at this picture all day. I've been looking at this picture all day, as a matter of fact. Speaking of all day, and nothing so far, nothing has changed my mind as far as me, changing my theory and my speculation on whether or not this is the guy and this is our suspect. I'm still stern on the fact that this is our guy. Or one of our guys, because I think there's more than 2 suspects. I'm going to just make that clear. Off the rip, I think there's more than 2 suspects, or more than 1 suspect. And I think Luke is our guy. Straight up. That in that picture, let me get my arrow out. Like I said earlier, that goatee, it's just way too close to the guy's goatee in this picture right here. It's just way too similar. Even the mustache, there's a lot of hair on that mustache. Just way too much. It's way too close. I'm sorry. And I want to even zoom in even further, a little bit more on Mr. Luke there. I mean, just look at that though. Bro, we could look at this all day long. And you telling me that might not be our guy? Same build, same everything. Just from looking at him from the shoulders up in that picture, of Luke right here on the right. That's just too close. Even the eyes. Just looking at the eyes, the head shape. You know, it looks like a little bit amount of hair that's, you know, in the hair here. That, you know, it looks like that potentially could be his hair under that mask, because it's not a whole lot of hair, so it doesn't look like there's a whole lot of hair under that mask. Otherwise it would have, you know, the mask shape would be a lot different. If, you know, perhaps he had like some dreads underneath there or something like that. I don't know, guys. I don't know. I'm sticking, like I said, I'm sticking to my my theory on who I think this guy is, and the things that I've been talking about tonight.
Be there, but apparently he wasn't.
Yeah, you know, I know. And listen, the idea that the neighbors might have said, listen, this guy has a record, the police are going to be on top of that very quickly.
Yeah,
I mean, look, the fact of the matter is, you're going to be more suspect if you do have a criminal record and you're living in that neighborhood and you possessed a weapon. So they have to go down every avenue. And I would think that in the beginning of this investigation, like we see in many cases that don't even involve abductions, but just robberies, burglaries, where they go to all the neighbors, because most of the neighbors have Ring or Nest or some kind of video footage. That's probably the first place that they're looking at. Who was in the neighborhood? Who was driving by? Was there a car in the area? So this car might have been a drive-by, and they have to go down every lead or every tip they possibly can, because right now, nothing is panning out. And so you have to be able to take every lead very, you know, very serious. I mean, you really do. But again, you're fighting manpower, and you're against so many leads. There's only so much you can get done in a certain period of time. So that's what we're up against in this case. Time, because she's elderly, she's sick, she's on a pacemaker. So you've got that working against you, coupled with 30,000 leads and not that many people to be able to go over it. And then you're asking the sheriff every single day in these press conferences, what's going on? And his response is, oh, I'll get my team. I don't know if you saw it. Somebody asked about a pinky ring in the glove. And I was waiting for him to say, we're on it. We're looking at that. We're trying to decipher. And I heard him say, oh, well, I'm going to get my team on this 2.5 weeks later. So I think that's what people are very frustrated about on top of everything else.
So there's one other aspect of this Luke Daly. Again, presumed innocent, detained, not arrested. Lawyer says has nothing to do with this, and there's no indication that he does have anything to do with this other than the fact that he was
that's what
stopped
the
and
lawyer
detained,
says.
and a seizure of his vehicle and a search of the house that he was living in. Take a look at Luke Daly and a sketch that was made by Lois Gibson.
So the problem I have with this sketch is the only problem I have with the sketch is that the person in the sketch looks Hispanic. Not to say that Luke might not, he might not be white, but to me, looking at Luke's picture, he appears to be white to me. But at the same time, he also looks like he's Hispanic. I must say that Luke's Hispanic. I'm not gonna say that Luke is white. I'm gonna say he's Hispanic, because he looks like he could be white, but he looks like he'd surprise you, and he speaks Spanish fluently, like he actually is a Mexican guy. So let's just say Luke is a Mexican. He's not white, which changes things as far as that suspect in that thing. So if I think as far as the suspect we see in the video that we have that of the suspect that is, in the video, the day of Nancy's abduction, because a lot of us think it's a white guy. Nah, he's Mexican. He's Mexican. Luke looked like he speaks some Spanish. Now, if I really look at Luke, he looks like he speaks Spanish.
Now, Lois Gibson, very well-renowned sketch artist, worked for law enforcement for many, many years. But we know in this case, the suspect was wearing a mask. So this was the rendition on the left that she came up with based upon, what I'll do, take a listen to Lois here, explain how she came up with this sketch that, maybe looks a little bit like this guy.
All right, so I think somebody came in the chat earlier and they were talking about a suspicious vehicle, and somebody was saying it was a Malibu. And I think that was on Dad's Gone Live. I think he spotted a suspicious vehicle the other night, and I think I found that video. So we're gonna watch that video before I get off. This is my last video we'll watch tonight. Tune in with me tomorrow night, because like I said, we're gonna stay in tune. I gotta keep streaming. I'm not gonna stop. I can't take no more days off. I had the last 2 days off. You'll be seeing me every night. I'm telling you right now. Probably around these times, because I'm a night owl and I'm up late. But let's watch this video, because it was really interesting, and I thought it was a really suspicious thing. And it was in Luke's neighborhood. This was in Luke's neighborhood. He turned down the same street, right near the same house that he was detained at. Let's watch this real quick.
Oh, I'm always hungry. I'm always hungry.
Shout out Dad's Gone Live, by the way.
I can't believe nobody's come forward about the guy at Nancy's door. Amen.
We'll keep his chat up so y'all can read his chat during this time as well. And I'm going to skip it up to that part. Alright. I think this is the part right here.
Hermit 878, code 3, ready from 4554 South Lower Verde Road. Hermit 878, respond on park dispatcher. Respond to code 3.
Yeah, hi T, I agree.
4554 South Guadalupe Road. 108 by 33.
So I think this is the part where, and if it's not, we'll skip it up. But I think it's the part where the call comes in, and Dad's Gone Live wasn't taking it serious. He didn't think it was a real actual call that came in about the car that they overheard the radio. They overheard on the radio, and they were saying it was a blue Malibu or something like that. However, it ended up actually being a Honda that was really suspicious in his eyes that he was behind. It wasn't a Malibu. That doesn't change the fact.
No, but pick me up something to eat. I'm not against that. I'm actually kind of hungry. I'm not going to be chowing on the light.
We're going to skip.
Ruger is a Catahoula. All black Catahoula. Just spreading some love for Nancy tonight. Thank you for all you do, Jacob. I agree. I want Starbucks. You mute it. I get you.
Is this the Malibu right here? No, that's not a Malibu. That's a Sonata, I believe. So we're not there yet in the video. I'm pretty certain this was the video, though.
We're going to drive back towards us. I don't.
He drives really slow, by the way.
Sorry for the things up.
I think we're almost there.
Lady in the Kimberly W. It tells me every time someone tries to send me a Cash App. My Cash App is messed up. I don't know what happened if someone tried logging in. So any donation. And on top of that, I'm not asking $4 on cash. Oh, ridiculous. So, I don't know. We're
hold on, guys. We're almost there. I'm trying to find the car. Obviously, I wasn't even close yet.
Oh, it's medical. There we go. It's a medical.
Pretty sure this is the video. And if it's not, we're going to find it. It might have been the next video. We're gonna find this video.
Yeah, I don't like Cash App. I got scammed on Cash App. I have a.
Now this might not be the stream the night that he ran into a really suspicious vehicle.
XJ, thanks for becoming a member.
I thought I found the video, but I guess I didn't. All right, we're going to scan this through his channel real quick. I want to say it was in that very next stream. This was about 3 days ago, maybe 4 days ago. It might have been this one here. Let's just check.
Yeah, Ray.
God, I wish I could find that. I can't remember the person that posted this video.
Oh, dude.
It might have been this one here.
Are the hotels costing you an arm and a leg? Yeah. I've already spent. I'm
God,
already
who
over
was it?
$1,000
That's
something
gonna
dollars
bother
I
me
spent
now.
on hotels.
Who
I think I
was
spent
it
like
that posted that video
1,000 to
when he
$1,200
saw
so
that
far on
suspicious
hotels?
person, guys?
Because it was over $800 to book through Friday, and now I just did through Sunday.
I don't recall what day that was. Yo, good morning, Kelly, by the way. I'm trying to find the video when Dad's Gone Live saw that suspicious car the other night. I'm trying to find the stream that he saw that suspicious car in, and I thought I had it. But I guess I was wrong. But that night, he had made a phone call to the police, reporting a suspicious vehicle. The vehicle stopped in the middle of the intersection, and I think as that very point in time is when he made that call, and that vehicle went right down the street of Luke's home, the person that got raided that night. So I'm trying to find that video. Is this it right here? I'm not going to sit here and go all through his streams because I don't have the time for it, but I really wanted to find that. And if I don't find it tonight, I'll make sure I find that tomorrow so we can watch that, because I thought that was super, super interesting. Alright, we'll stop there. I'll look for it. God, I thought I had the video up. I had it ready to go, but one of my lovely children decided that they were going to exit out of my stuff. And then when I got home, it was completely gone. So that sucks. I'll try to look for it. Might be on Twitter. Maybe on Twitter.
On this mask, I can see the eyes. I can see the philtrum area. I can see the hair right
I'm gonna
here.
look for that real
and
quick.
I'm assuming he doesn't do a Hitler shave job with just hair here. The mustache goes all the way around. And then I assumed a lot of stuff. Okay. I guessed, yes, guilty as charged. I guessed at everything that's covered by the face mask, but this is desperate.
So she concedes that, right, okay, there were certain things I knew, and then I sort of guessed at what he could potentially look like. And again, Luke Daly has not been charged. Yes, he was detained for a short while, was released, and has proclaimed his innocence and actually wants the suspect found. The reason I put that up, though, Sydney, do you think that had any, because it was everywhere, the sketch was everywhere. Do you think that had any influence on law enforcement in this?
Oh, for sure. Because like you said, they ran some of the DNA and some of the items they found, and they have nothing.
I'm gonna find this video. Hold on.
Now they get this sketch artist who comes in, who this, she's well known for doing this. She sketches this out, and then they run that against their database, and boom, it hits on Mr. Daly, who has a criminal history, who lives close, and of course now he does resemble this photo. And although she said she guessed on a lot, the resemblance is is uncanny. So I definitely think that this picture, the sketch, had a lot to do with how they found Mr. Daly to begin with.
So Marlo, and I want to go around the horn with this. 0 to 10, how close do you feel like we are here in all of this? And then explain your reason for your number. 0 being we are, as close as we were.
God, where's that
the
video,
moment
bro?
This happened. 10 being, he's about to be caught.
Look, I still think we're at a 2. I think when you said none of this makes sense, that's how we opened this segment. None of this makes sense. And I think that's why we're still at a 2. The sketch, I mean, that's one heck of a guess, right? If it matches.
I hope I'm right about the large ground search today.
in.
Yeah, you are, because JLR mentioned it earlier.
Criminal history.
So
He's
you
a
are
drug
100%
addict,
correct.
and that's,
I'm looking for a video currently, guys. Hopefully I find it.
from the police.
Stay tuned.
Those are very clear drug addict behavior. So can you then shoehorn in, oh, he's high on fentanyl, and so he grabs a plant. Maybe I'll do that. I'm going to cover my camera with a plant. I mean, those things fit in. But do I really think we're close? I don't. I want to.
We're not close at all.
I want to say we were close a week ago. You want to give this family hope.
We never have
but
been close yet.
It's just dwindling.
Felt
day
like
by
it a
day.
couple times, though.
Stacy, 0 to 10.
God, I hate to give it a number. I really do, because I'm hoping that maybe.
No, those
right
are the
now,
rules.
Knowing what
I
we
need a
know-
number here, Stacy.
Knowing what we know right now, I would say I would have to agree with it too. Am I hoping that maybe they're keeping some things close to the vest, like we talked about the other night? Maybe he's not spilling all of the beans, letting all of this evidence out. My theory is, though, if he's going to abduct this woman and stay in the neighborhood, I mean, that kind of doesn't make sense to me either. Was he trying to rob her? Was anything missing from the house? I mean, all of these theories just keep going.
Dang,
along.
man, I wish I could find that video,
It doesn't
dude.
make sense, Vinny. It just doesn't. So right now,
I don't know
with
how
what
no
we
one
know,
has the
I would
link
have to
either.
say,
I asked the chat,
under a
see if anybody had the
because we
link
just
the
don't
night
know.
that Dad's Gone Live. Spotted a suspicious vehicle, and he made that
My
911
outlook
phone call.
is even worse. I still think we're at a
and then
0, to be honest.
we
have
obviously
so many
got to see him
different
follow the
avenues
vehicle
of
for a
what
short
this
amount
is.
of
First
time
it was
into
an abduction, then it
the
was
same neighborhood that
potentially
Luke
the family,
lived
then
in.
it's potentially this other person.
But
There's so much here.
his lives are about 6 hours long, so it's hard to narrow it down and go through his lives and skip through them. It's so easy to skip the
slow
part.
motion type thing. Maybe he hasn't dealt with something
So
like this.
I don't know if I'm going to
especially on
really
this
have
level,
much luck
but I still think
finding
we're
the
at a 0. We have
video,
nothing,
and
I
I don't recall
figuring out what
how
actually
many
happened.
days
How did she
ago
actually
that
get out of
was
the house?
exactly.
Where did who took her? Why? Is there any there's nothing. We have
So
nothing. There's a lot of stuff.
I'm not going to be
but
able
nothing that's put
to
together to even put us on track to try and get somebody.
find the video. It's going to take me some time. I'm going to have to
I'm always more optimistic.
go through his
And
lives.
for me, the fact that there was some DNA that they were able to get from
tomorrow
inside the
night,
house that
and,
could be related,
you know,
could be unrelated, could just be people that
obviously
came
have
over
to
the
show it
house
tomorrow.
at some point.
I want to say it was
that-
about 4 days ago
left
from
behind some
today.
skin
If it
cells or
wasn't 4
something.
days ago, it was
I'm going to go 6,
3
5.
days ago.
I really feel like
Okay.
they're moving on things. And I think the mounting pressure and the federal
somebody was
assets,
supposed to
I don't
send
know
me
if
the
they're-
link
how
earlier,
well they're
but
working together, but I think there's such a
someone ended up
motivation
not sending me it, I
for
guess.
both the Pima County folks and for the FBI to be the ones who make the breakthrough. Like, it's almost like a pride thing at this point. And I know that sheriff has a lot of pride. So I feel like there's a little bit more happening.
Yeah, I'm
maybe
not
a lot
finding
more
it.
happening than we know. But they have been pretty forthcoming with the things that have come up empty. So it's a tough case. All right.
I don't know, Vinny.
Big shouts to those of y'all tuning in. I appreciate y'all stopping by and plugging into the stream with your boy. Do not forget to like the stream. It helps the algorithm of the stream to put the stream out there. So if you are here and you haven't gave the stream a thumbs up, be sure to do so. Hit that like button for your boy. And if you're enjoying the channel and you like what you see and you want to come back for more, feel free to subscribe. All of it's free,
who
baby.
wrote the
It's all
ransom
free.
notes. Tonight, we investigate.
We got 47 likes, 75 people plugged in. We got to at least get this video to about 70 likes before I get off. I can't get off. I got to work in 3 hours. Man. I'm not going to be able to get off unless we get this video to at least 60 likes. At least.
The couple's property sealed inside a
No reason why we shouldn't have at least 60 likes. Not that that's going to help us much algorithm-wise, but
Hidden Murder of
at the
D.
least.
Warner. Live coverage weekday mornings on Court TV.
I firmly believe someone out there knows something.
Yeah, I'm
someone
not
out
seeing
there
it,
saw
guys.
something, heard something. We need that person to call us.
Has there been any evidence so far that Nancy is still alive, or is it just hope of investigators and the family?
there's been no evidence that she's.
I feel like we've taken too long on this thing. That
I
at
kinda
this
like that
point
answer.
we've waited too
Right?
long to capture
There's no,
Nancy
like,
alive.
Proof of life for paying ransom, I get it, but like, is there any proof that she's alive? Well, no, but is there any proof that she's dead? No. So I think in those cases, especially if you're the family, that's how you want the sheriff leading this investigation, that there is a chance rather than presuming death because there's no proof of life. Okay. Let me put this up because the relationship between the sheriff and the family is very, very important. And sometimes it can be a difficult relationship because we know investigations usually begin with the people closest to the victim. But we know
God,
this
this
from
is
the
gonna
Pima County
bother
Sheriff's
me
Department.
so much not to be
clear,
able to find this
the
video
Guthrie
while I'm
family,
live
to
right
include
now.
all siblings, and this
I
is
don't think
important,
y'all
and
understand.
spouses, has been cleared as possible
And I
suspects
don't know why
in the
it's
case.
not
The family has been nothing but cooperative and
popping up
gracious, and are victims in
as
the
far
case.
as like related
And then a little
videos.
zing
but
at the media, social
I'm
media,
not even
and
getting
everyone
that.
else. To suggest otherwise is not only wrong, it is cruel. The Guthrie family are victims, plain and simple. Please, I'm begging you, the media, to honor your profession and report with some sense of compassion and professionalism. Okay, so the Guthrie family is cleared. And then, okay, well, what does that mean? Like, how and why were they cleared? Hopefully it's a thorough investigation, right? Alibi, devices, and my guess is, and I believe, because they're saying they're cooperative, that all this was given freely to law enforcement so they could just go through it and clear the family. But take a look at this from Brian Enton over at News Nation, posted on X.
You know, was
I've
it
learned
Jim
polygraphs
that saw that? Let
have
me
been
see.
performed
I might be getting
to
somewhere.
clear people in the Nancy Guthrie case. How about that?
It might have been
Polygraphs
exploring
to clear
Jim.
people. The family's been cleared.
It's another guy
Perhaps the
that
family
I
was
could honestly say I appreciate
And
that.
now we're hearing for the first
you
time.
know who
that
I
the
think it
Pima County
actually
Sheriff's
might have been? It
Department
might have been
using polygraph
857
tests. Here's what Jonathan
that
Hunt
posted it on
reported
his channel.
on
Let's
Fox
see.
News on Wednesday.
We can report that
I think we might have
polygraph testing
found it.
has been
If
taking
it's
place
him.
here at the Sheriff's Department today.
Maybe
It is
not.
unclear at this point how many individuals have been tested or their
No, it wasn't
identities.
him.
And the Sheriff's Office will not confirm at this point that the testing is related to the Guthrie case, but significantly, they did not deny that either.
And there's lots of uses for polygraph, right, at a sheriff's department. Sometimes it's just you have new employees and you want to screen them and you're going to ask them tough questions to make sure that they pass, that they're not deceiving anyone. Here's what the sheriff's department actually said. PCSD has received various requests for confirmation of various topics, including working with Mexican authorities, utilizing polygraph tests, specific video surveillance requests, financial analysis, etc. PCSD is not confirming or releasing any details regarding those topics at this time. So there's no proof that they're not doing it, but there's no proof from the sheriff that they are doing it. But there was reporting. You know, reporters get sources. Sources, you know, stay off the record because they're giving you information. Let's bring back in our think tank. Still with me, Stacey Honowitz, Sydney Rushing, and Marlo Greer. Okay, Sydney, what do you think about the family being cleared? Do you think it was polygraphs? And the bigger question is, like, our system of justice doesn't necessarily trust polygraphs. So how much do you put into polygraph testing to clear someone?
So I don't put a lot into polygraph testing. As you just said, like our system we don't look highly upon it. Sometimes we can use it in our favor in negotiations or, you know, things like that, but it's not something that we really use as like heavy evidence. But what's important here is when they say that they're clear.
Okay, guys,
like
I think
they have to
I
have
found the
there's
video.
alibis,
Officially found the
you know,
video.
they've
We're
got
gonna
their
watch this
devices
before I
that
go to
have
sleep.
have them being at
We'll
home.
stop this here. And this is the video I want you guys to see real quick. I don't know who it was in the chat that told me that it was a Malibu, if they're still here or they're still awake, but this is a very interesting video that I think y'all don't want to miss. Just, you know, not that it's going to help us with anything, but it was a really good video. Tiger says same time tomorrow. Yeah, I'll be on same time tomorrow. I'm going to watch this video and then I'm going to get off for the night. But let's watch this real quick because I'm running out of time.
Started live streaming, and somebody in his chat wrote to him and said that they had a scanner call of a woman in stress in a car.
So this is
hanging
Doug
out the
Live
window.
Northport.
She had a black shirt on, and actually the door was partially open too, and she was screaming. This was a scanner call last night. So he went and investigated, and I looked it up. Nancy did have a black shirt on the night she was dropped off. This is all speculation. We're just trying to get the word out. Please go to his channel and subscribe to Dad's Gone Live.
Subscribe to Dad's Gone Live, guys. You heard the man.
Okay, someone just sent me the dispatch call. Let's see.
10-4, currently at Oracle River. The caller is advising they saw a female out of a vehicle window screaming.
Oh.
Then it went northbound on Oracle. The vehicle was a dark gray or blue Chevy Malibu, no plate. Advised that the female was hanging out of the window wearing all black, and the door was also open.
But okay, I think that doesn't sound like the scanner out here. That doesn't sound like the scanner out here at all. I mean, I'm not.
So I believe at this moment in time, Dad's Gone Live was listening to someone, listening to something that someone sent that they overheard on the scanner, and he didn't believe that it was something true. He thought that someone made something up just to mess with him. However, the vehicle that he's going to discover, I believe, did have a plate, and there was a plate on the back. So whatever vehicle that they overheard on the scanner did not match up with the vehicle that he encountered. Just wanted to make that clear. Although it could have been the vehicle and they just described the wrong vehicle.
And you're trying to mess with me. I'm just saying that doesn't sound like the actual scanner. That doesn't sound real. That doesn't sound real. That doesn't sound like, I don't know. That sounds a little weird. The tone of her voice, it just sounds like, that just doesn't sound like normal
Dad Gone
scanner
Live,
audio. I don't hear any static.
He normally does lives overnight.
That's the scanner.
For,
the scanner's a
Nancy.
lot harder to understand. That sounds like AI scanner.
On the air, 23. Are they on the southwest?
See, this is a scanner. I have a real scanner in my car. It doesn't sound like that at all.
We're gonna hold a quad right here. I can see him walking east.
That sounds AI to me.
Yeah, they're walking.
Even if that's real, I'm gonna say that doesn't sound real enough for me, so I can't go off that. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I can't call that real. By the way, we just drove past Annie's house, and there is nothing there. Nothing there. This neighborhood is I feel like something bad's gonna happen to me every time I drive in here. This neighborhood just gives me the creeps, man. It's creepy.
A few moments later.
Okay. Door being opened is on the transcript. But criminal, listen to this. Did you hear that, criminal? Message me, dude. Email me if you can't hear me. Look, that doesn't sound real, man. That dispatch called it. It doesn't sound. Just listen.
10-4, it's currently at Oracle River. The caller is advising they saw a female out of a vehicle window screaming.
And again, wherever he's hearing this is Oracle and River, so he's very close to Oracle and River. Although right now the street that he's currently next to, as far as the cross intersection, is more closer to First and Orange Grove, which is probably a mile away from Oracle and River.
Then it went northbound on Oracle. The vehicle was a dark gray or blue Chevy Malibu, no plate. Advised that the female was hanging out of the window wearing all black, and the door was also open.
That doesn't. It just.
10-4. T-Vice T-Tip.
It doesn't sound. It's just the way her voice is, man. I'm not saying that someone made AI. I'm just saying her voice it sounds too weird for me to go off of.
night. Anybody to clear.
It doesn't. It just sounds weird. I don't think that's. I just doesn't. It sounds too weird for me to go off of. I need to find like a Broadcastify recording. I need to find the original Citizen recording. Maybe I could call one of the ladies with Citizen. I actually, believe it or not, I work with Citizen. I am on Citizen all the time. I work with Citizen. I will try to call one of the Citizen people. Oh, they don't do stuff over the weekend. Citizen shares my stuff. I do work for Citizen back home in California.
Respond on EMS2.
No one has time to make that one up on the spot. Oh, that lady, why does she sound so weird? I want to find the actual original recording from the Citizen app. Maybe go on 857 Tucson. I'm sure he has a scanner log I can go back and possibly play. Potentially, we'll see. That was just an audio someone sent to me. I'm not saying it's fake. I'm not saying it's real. I'm just saying it just sounds weird. I'm not used to scanners sound like that. I'm from California. We have different scanners. Fake, fake, fake. Gonna unsubscribe? What did I do? Yeah, I'm not saying it's real. I'm not saying it's fake. I'm just saying it doesn't sound right to me. It does not sound right. I get it. You're claiming it's from the Citizen app.
Yeah. Idea that car right in front of them is the car.
But I'm fearing for the worst. I fear for the worst, pray for the best. The landfill is about 20 minutes from her house.
Right here, he hits the brakes. Right here, he hits the brakes. He holds on to him. I don't know if he's pulling over. He's about to stop, and then he sees a car come over from behind.
So most
look at the brake lights. The brake lights are on. You'll notice when they go off.
Let me tell you what. You're
and
not
then
going
they
to
go back
landfill
on when he gets to another intersection.
To dump something. Most landfills, at least in California, they check what you have. They usually check your loads, or they have a guy watching you while you're dropping stuff. It's real sketchy to drop something like a human off in a landfill. Most likely you're going to get caught. I'm pretty sure they have waste management out here, like the waste management company, the WTs, or whatever it is, have cameras.
Now look real closely when he gets up near it. You'll see
when they're
a
dumping
blue
a dumpster,
reflection, so you
they
can
have
see
cameras.
the car's actually blue.
That's how they know a lot of
and
times.
You'll see there's a dent in the back right side.
And then the dozer operators, when they drop off the trash, the dozer operators are also paying attention to what's in there. If they see anything, stuff that's not supposed to be buried, they're supposed to wash it.
You're going to see when he gets to the intersection, the guy turns to the right. He goes into the middle lane, the turn lane coming the opposite
to getting it buried at the landfill.
Stops.
There's a lot
Something
of
is going on here that isn't right. Something isn't right with this
I worked
car.
in landfill for about a year. In between the oil fields and live streaming, I worked at the landfill. At the Kern County landfill at the Beano location. One of the larger landfills in California. And yeah, from my experience, is this guy drunk or something, dude? Look, wrong way driver, wrong way driver. Oh my God. Wrong way driver, wrong way driver. What the hell are you doing? Whoa, what? I'm not passing you, bud. You're gonna hit me, bro.
Now notice there's a car to the left, right there, coming at that other car. He's going to go way down the road and turn around.
The hell?
And you're not going to believe it. The car's still there.
Ocean Adam 30 Henry School. We're gonna.
I don't know.
Perfect. Please tell me your spook. Data 24. That's Remington.
I think she's still alive. I think she's still alive. Because if she wasn't alive, they're not going to put that much effort in trying to hide her. They would just get rid of her. They wouldn't care if someone found her or not. I don't know. Call 911. Well, we'll drive back. If he's still there, I'll call it in. If he's gone, there's nothing to call in. I shall see. If this driver's still there, I'll call it in. They probably turned off. Like I said, if they're still there, I'll call it in.
None of this is confirmed. It's all speculation. We just need someone to look into this, and maybe the officers can go where the guy was sitting with the flashlight.
If they're still up here, I'll call it in. But I don't think they are. I would assume they left. Oh, they're gone. Yep, they're gone. I wouldn't think nothing of it, man. Let's go see. Look. Oh shit, they're still there. All right, let me call it in.
Oh, you had said you heard. I'm sorry, I didn't know I was muted. I was trying to let y'all watch this video, and I'm getting tired, by the way. But so he comes back down the road, and the car's still there. Okay. So at this point, he's going to make the phone call to the police and pretty much follow him, and they're going to end up in Luke's neighborhood.
Yeah, I'm on First and Orange, and I just a suspicious driver. It looks like he's like DUI or something. He's swerved across the. He's on the eastbound side of Orange, and he literally just came to a stop in the middle of the road. Looks like a Toyota Highlander. Yeah. I think it's green. I can zoom in on it. Hold on. I have a big camera. I'm work with the media and stuff. I'm like...
So he comes back, discovers the vehicle still there, gets on the phone, makes a phone call to the police, and at this point, you know, he's going to pretty much follow him, and they're going to end up in Luke's neighborhood. If you heard shaving cream, it wasn't shaving cream, by the way. I was just showing you that it was some mousse. That's all I was using, was some mousse for my hair. I'm going to get it redone tomorrow. That's all I was saying. My girl's got to redo it. I was just putting something on it to keep it intact just to get through tomorrow because it really needs to be redone. But that's besides the point. Let's get into it.
Came to a stop in the middle of the road. Looks like a Toyota Highlander. Yeah. I think it's green. I can zoom in on it. Hold on. I have a big camera. I'm work with the media and stuff. I'm like half a block away. Or not a block away, but across from the intersection. It looks like a Toyota.
Yeah, it's
Highlander,
always dead out here
green.
at night, unless like it's a whole bunch of people going out on a
I can almost get you a license plate.
New Year night.
He's hitting his brakes now, but he's like I said, he's in the middle of
So
the
I
road.
remember on the scanner
he's in, like,
call,
the turn lane right now, facing the wrong.
they said that there was no license plate and there was a woman yelling and screaming out of the car. I don't see any of that happening on this car, so I'm gonna suspect that whatever allegation was made on whatever car that was reported, it wasn't this car. But perhaps a lot of people don't really know cars very well like I do. They probably just got that car mixed up to be a Malibu when it wasn't a Malibu. That's what I'm assuming here, because it does look like a Malibu from the back. But being that I know cars very well, in my eyes, it doesn't look like a Malibu.
way in traffic.
But I could see why they would mistake it for a Malibu.
No, I work for the media and stuff. I was out here covering the Nancy Guthrie case. I do overnight like photography and stuff in case you guys have any police activity going on. Oh, now he's driving. He's starting to move forward. He's starting to move forward eastbound in the middle of the road, like in the turn lane. Yeah, he went the wrong direction. Yeah, he went. So when he turned on Orange Grove from First, he went wrong way in the turn lane. Okay, now he's getting back in the middle of the road. I can follow him if you'd like until you get officer over here, in case it is a DUI driver. I can, once this light turns green, I'm gonna just do me a favor. Don't say my number or my personal information, because I don't want that repeated.
You can remain anonymous if you like.
Yeah, I just don't want you to say the number I'm calling from. But you have on caller ID. But yeah, I got you on speaker. I'm pulling out now. He's going really slow, so I can catch up and get his license plate. I'm just afraid it's a DUI driver, and I don't want it to accidentally, like, if I don't call it in and something happens to somebody, I'd feel bad. And there is a dent in the back hatch. It looks like a Toyota Highlander, possibly green in color. It looks like he's passing Camino de Marco, I think.
He's crazy for following this guy, because anything could have happened to him following a guy, bro. I know if somebody's following me, there's a chance that I'm pulling out my gun. I'm sorry.
Oh no, he went southbound.
That
on
dispatcher was
Camino de Marco.
really nice, because I would have just, I mean, usually the police will tell you do not follow him at all, but
No,
she
without
was like pretty much like,
but
it's up to you.
This is really weird. Southbound on Camino de Marco is the last update I have for you, ma'am.
And you still weren't able to get a license plate?
Yeah, for sure, Tiger. I agree.
He's going really slow.
That's an SUV. It's almost like an SUV, but it's more like not a hatchback, but it's more like a station wagon. But yeah, I would put it in the SUV class. I'd put it in that
It's just
type of
it's
car.
really weird that he's like driving down the street that you guys had the little SWAT raid the other day. Oh no, my name's Jacob Davidson. My number's on call. I just didn't want you to say my phone number. So when I'm out doing my thing, I have like a little live stream going and stuff, so people can see like my camera work I'm doing. And
so there's the vehicle making a right turn.
What the hell? He's turning north on what's this place? On North Placentia de Rogelio. He's going like 2 miles an hour down the road.
Man, he's crazy for following him this creepy.
No, it's I don't even know how to say that name. It's where they raided that Luke guy's house the other day. He's on that street. North, what? I don't know how to say that street name. That's weird. What the hell? He's on that street. Say that name.
It gets creepy at night.
Where they raided that Luke guy's house the other day. He's on that street. North, what? I don't know how to say that street name. That's weird. What the hell? I'm gonna try to read it. En Placenta de Rogelio. Yeah.
Jennifer says I'm muted. I shouldn't be muted anymore.
Yeah, he's going like 5 miles an hour down the road now. De Rogelio.
Well, my mic must not be working then.
Maybe. I'll drove down the road. I'll get it for you. Oh, he might have pulled it.
Jennifer says I'm muted. I'm not. I should have.
Yeah, he just
Yeah, I just checked right now. If you'll hear me repeat myself.
It definitely seems like a DUI driver.
Yeah, apparently Dad's gone live carries, but he, you know, obviously didn't bring any of that with him because he doesn't live here. But he does say he carried. I wouldn't see what would stop him from bringing that here because it's a right to carry state. So he was more than well. I don't know about traveling with it, but yeah.
Yeah. Perfect. Yeah, he pulled into somebody's driveway. I don't know what driveway, but he did pull into someone's driveway. I don't know if he belongs on this road or not, but it is, to me, just a little weird. So.
Yeah, I thought it was super interesting. I had to show y'all that video because I thought it was super interesting that this guy pulled down the same street as, you know,
it's a male driver.
the day we had that raid with SWAT.
All right, thank you so much, man. Appreciate you. You too. Bye. Oh, he backed in that yard. I see him. He backed in that driveway right there. He just backed in somebody's home.
But you know, that's just speculation. He doesn't know whether or not that was his home. We definitely didn't see that car.
I see him. He backed in that driveway right there. He just backed in
the day of the
home.
raid or the day after they went to the house on the raid. Let me go back because I want to see where if.
Thank you so much, man. Appreciate you.
I don't know if that's the car on the right. No, I don't think that's it right there that he's talking about.
You too. Bye. Oh, he backed in that yard. I see him. He backed in that driveway right there. He just backed in somebody's home.
Thank y'all for letting me know y'all can hear me, by the way.
That's so weird. Why would he drive right there? Why would he go down this street that Luke's house is on? Does he
In
live
Nebraska,
right here?
you see 10 cops driving around anywhere by now. Yeah.
Car?
It's not like that out here, man. I'll put it this way. Anytime you need a cop out here, they're nowhere to be found. Anytime you don't want them around, they're around. You know how it goes.
No?
Anyway, I thought that was super interesting to show based on, you know, us, you know, just doing a raid in that general area the other day and us, you know, having speculations that Luke could potentially be our guy. You know, it's interesting. It's just really interesting. I don't know that Luke is our guy. You know, it's all speculation. I'm not 100% sure. But I know that when he was detained, that hand was swollen, you know, the night, you know, pretty much a night or two after Nancy was abducted from her home. These guys were raided. It could have been a little bit longer than that. I could be wrong because I don't remember exactly because this has been going on for a whole month. So it's hard to remember everything because there's so many things that happen that have been going on during this entire time. So it's hard to say, but I'm sticking with my speculation. I think Luke's our guy. It hasn't changed since I got on stream. I'm getting ready to end stream now. So, and it still hasn't changed. I still think the same thing. Thank y'all so much for stopping by and tuning in tonight. Tune in with me tomorrow. If you enjoyed the stream, don't forget to subscribe to the YouTube channel, as well as liking the stream. Give that thing a thumbs up. Again, thank y'all for stopping by and tuning in. That is my time, guys. This is just a picture you're looking at of Luke's swollen hand and the picture of Luke. I believe this is our guy. Like I said, I'm sticking to it. We'll see, and only time will tell. We will see. But I think that's our guy. I truly do. I stand on it. I stand by it. I'm not changing how I feel right now because this is just how I feel. And that's just the bottom line. Big shouts and salutes to y'all stopping by tonight. Thank y'all for tuning in. Tune in with me tomorrow. We're going to go live and talk about all this tomorrow. Much love, y'all. Y'all have a good night. Get some rest. I'm going to do the same. I work in like 2 hours, man. 2 hours. Sheesh. Yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do. I just know I'm about to be tired as hell tomorrow. Much love, y'all. I'm out.